Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Ninjani. We think we should start because the number that we were waiting for now, we have enough people to start our meeting.
Sanibonani. Ngicabanga ukuthi singaqala ngoba isibalo sabantu besisilindele ukuthi sibe khona la ehholo sikwazile ukuthi sibe naso.
My name is Machweni Rosina Semenya. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement.
Igama lami ke nguma Thwenye Semenya. Ngusihlalo we Portfolio Committee kwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
I'm coming from Limpopo.
Ngokuhlala ke ngihlala noma ngowase Limpopo.
Before we can start with our meeting, because we are meeting as a country, we are still facing the COVID-19, so we have to follow the protocols around the COVID-19.
Ngaphambi ukuthi siqale kumhlangano wethu njoba sazi ukuthi ke sisanesimo sobhubhane iCovid-19 sizocela ukuthi silandeke yonke imigomo nembandela ebekiwe ukuze likwazi ukuhlangana ngaphansi kwalesimo.
So we are going to request those that are not speaking to wear their mask.
Sizocela ke labo abangakhulumi ukuthi bahlale befake ama mask abo noma izifonyo.
Only those that will be given opportunity to speak will remove their mask.
Shuthi ke abazovunyelwa ukuthi bakhumule izifonyo labo bazobe bekhuluma noma benikezwe ithuba lokuthi bakhulume.
I'm going to request all of us to stand up and request men to remove their hat and we sing the national anthem.
Ngizocela ukuthi ke sonke sisukume ukuthi abesilisa bakhumule izigqoko namakepisi bese sicula iculo lesizwe.
Can we be led by Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
We are Committee on Human Settlement from Parliament of the Republic of South Africa.
Thina ke siyikomiti ke lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu eParliament laseNingizimu Afrika.
Amongst the committee, we have the technical team from Parliament. I'm going to request them to bow so that you can see them.
Sinethimba ke laseParliament bhekeleleke ezobuchwepheshe zocela basukume ukuze nibabone.
And then we have the translation team and the people from sign languages who are translating on this meeting.
Sinethimba ke lo tolika elikhona nalabo ke abatolika ngolimi lwezimpawu nabazosilekelela kulomhlangano wethu.
What is easy with this meeting is that here at least we have one translation. All of us were speaking isiZulu.
Okuhle ke kulomhlangano namhlanje ukuthi sonke ngicabanga ukuthi sikhuluma isiZulu ngakho ke kuzoba lula ukuthi sitolike noma sixhumane.
But I don't want to take chances. If there is anybody who wants to be translated with any other language, you can raise your hand so that we can see and deploy translators to yourself.
Kodwa ke angifuni ukuhlawumbisela uma ngabe kukhona abanye abadinga ukutolikelwa ngolunye ulimi ngizocela ukuthi phakamise izandla ukuze sibone ukuthi singanilekelela kanjani.
None. That's why it's a good thing. Members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, as I've indicated, I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Rosina Machweni Semenya.
Njengoba ngishilo ke singamalungu portfolio committee kwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu njengoba ngishilo igama lami nguRosina Machweni Semenya.
In my far right, I've got Dr. Kumalo as a member of the committee.
Ngakwesokudla sami ke uDokotela uKhumalo oyilungu lekomiti.
Dr. Kumalo coming from Gauteng and have relative around here in Kwa-Zulu Natal.
uDokotela uKhumalo ke owase Gauteng kodwa ke unazi ihlobo khona la KwaZulu Natal.
Next to him is Dr. Mkhize Ukhabazele coming from around here.
Eduze kwakhe ke sinoDokotela uMkhize naye ongowakhona lapha KwaZulu Natal.
Next to him we have Honorable Malachi is coming from Gauteng and Limpopo.
Eduze kwakhe ke umhlonishwa uMalathi yena wase Limpopo nase Gauteng.
And then we have in my left hand side is Honorable Mahatla Tseki from Gauteng and Free State.
Eduze kwami ngakosokunxele umhlonishwa uMahatlateki yena wase Chelsea Limpopo.
And then we have Honorable Tafeni, Naya is a member of the committee coming from Eastern Cape, KwaDunjwa.
Eduze kwakhe ke umhlonishwa uThafeni yena wasedutshwa eMpuma Koloni.
The committee is constituted by more than 15 members. Some of the members, they've given apologies. They were not able to join us here in KZN.
Ikomiti ke lilonke linamalungu ayishumi nanhlanu kodwa ke amanye amalungu awakwazanga ukuthi afike ezobamba iqhaza namuhla lapha KwaZulu Natal afake izixoliso.
We just received apology from MEC Sbia, who could not be able to join us. And we have NHBRC and the team from the Department of Human Settlement.
Sisiqeda ukuthola isixoliso kungqongqoshe uSibiya uthi angeke akwazi ukuthi aphumelele uba nathi namuhla kodwa ke bakhona nabamele iNHBRC kanye nabamele umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
We are here as the committee to solicit your views on the bill that was publicized or tabled in Parliament by the Department of Human Settlement called the Housing Consumer Protection Bill of 2021.
Silapha ke sizothola ke imbono yenu noma izimvo zenu mayelana ke nomthetho owethulwe umthetho sivivinywa owethulwe umnyango eParliament okuwumthetho wezokuvikelwa kwabathengi bezindlu wango 2021.
Usually before we start, we check, because what Parliament does, before the committee goes to a particular area, we send advanced team to educate members about the bill itself.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqale ke esesikwenze ngaphambi kokuthi singene enhlelweni zosuku ukuthi sibheke ukuthi ngabe bakhona yini mhlambe abantu abake bathola ukuqeqeshwa ngoba sesithumela ithimba lizofika liqeqesha abantu ngomthetho lo sobe soxoxa ngawo ngaphambi kosuku lokuthi sifike.
So I would want to check in this hall, how many of you have attended the workshop on this bill that we are going to talk about?
Ngizocela ukuthi ngibuze ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe kulabo bakhona la endlini bakhona yini babe nethuba ukuthi babe semhlanganweni ukuqeqeshwa noma iworkshop lapho kwakudingidwa khona lo mthetho sivivinyo.
Can I see in a form of raising hands?
Bengicela ukubona nje ngezandla niphakamise izandla enanihambele leyo workshop.
Can we raise hands so that I can see?
Cela nje niphakamise izandla nje sivele ubala ukuze ngibone kahle.
Okay, it's not bad.
Cha akubi kakhulu.
It's not bad at all, because in other areas you find that the only 2 or 3 people.
Akubi kakhulu ngisho ngoba kwezinye indawo bothola ukuthi abantu ababili noma abathathu kuphela.
Nonetheless, we are going to summarize the bill for those that have not attended the workshop.
Ngizozama ke ukuthi umthetho sivivinywa ngiufinqe noma ngifunde okufinqiwe ngawo ukuze kusizakala nalabo abangazange bakwazi ukuthi babe ingxenye yama workshops lawa ebanjiwe noma uqeqesho lo lenziwe ngomthetho sivivinywa.
I'm going to ask Dr. Khumalo to summarize the bill for you in your own language.
Ngizocela ke ukuthi uDokotela uKhumalo asifundele ke isifinqo salomthetho sivivinywa ngolimi lwenu lwesiZulu.
Sanbanan, I think Chair ubeseng introducile, wangilahlela nange surprise, so I'm sure Buduza ngnceda translator because benga preferanga, but I'll try and keep it very short. We are here like uchairperson eshilo ukuthi sifuna ukuzwa nina imbono yenu ngalomthetho sizama ukuthi undlulise. So ngizazama ukuthi ngikhulume kancane sizoyenza ukuthi nina nikhulume sizwe ngani ukuthi eziphi ke izinto enibona ngathi singaqinisa ngayo umthetho lo ophambi kwethu. So umthetho ubizwa i-Housing Consumer Protection Bill.
Umthetho kuthiwa umthetho sivivinya wokuvikela kwabathengi noma abanikazi bezindlu.
So bill it seeks to ensure adequate protection of housing consumers and effective regulation of home building industry.
Umthetho le uqonde noma uhlose ukuvikela imigomo nezinqubo zokuthengwa kwezindlu.
That will happen by strengthening regulatory mechanisms.
Lokho kuzokwenzeka ngokuqinisekwa imithetho nemigomo nqangi elandelwayo.
Strengthening the protection of housing consumers.
Nokuqiniseka ukuvikeleka kwabathengi bezindlu.
As well as introducing effective enforcement mechanisms and prescribing appropriate penalties or sanctions to deter non-compliance by home builders.
Nokuqiniseka ukuthi kuba nokujeziswa kwabakhi bezindlu abangezukulandela imigomo efanelekileyo ukwakha izindlu.
Umthetho lona ukhona ngoba sazi ukuthi kukhona ama problems esinokuba nawo ezindlini esizakhayo mhlambe the roofs are leaking, iminyango ayivaleki, into ezinjalo. So sizama ukulungisa lezo zinto ukuthi zingaqhubeki zenzeka in future.
This act is in response to the faults like roofs leaking and some cracks on some houses that have been built. So this is to put an end to that.
But also siyazi ukuthi there are economic challenges that the country faces. And so this bill also wants to address the economic transformation of the industry through the introduction of provisions relating to the warranty fund surplus.
Lo mthethosivivinyo ufuna futhi nokusiza ngoba siyazi sibhekene nesimo senzekamnotho noma yomnotho olukhuni South Africa njengamanje. So lo mthetho ufuna ukuqiniseka ukuthi kuba nosizo noma ukuvikeleka okuba khona kumnotho.
Yeah, by introducing developmental programs for the home building industry.
Lokho sikwenza ukusebenzisana nayo yonke imboni yezokwakha eMzansi.
The bill also wants to allow new entrants into the field of home building.
Umthethosivivinyo futhi ufuna ukuvula umnyango kubakhi abasha abafuna ukuqala nabo babe ngabakhi abasemthethweni.
The bill also seeks to align and create synergy with other relevant pieces of legislation such as the Public Finance Management Act.
Lo mthethosivivinyo ufuna ukuxhumanisa ukusebenzisana kwemthetho ekhona njengamanje okulawulwa ukuphathwa kwezimali zomphakathi.
The bill also, the scope of the application of the legislation is extended to include not only builders who undertake home building as a business, but also owners of buildings.
Lo mthethosivivinyo awusizi kuphela abantu abafuna ukwakha noma bangabakhi bezindlu, iphinde futhi usize uvikele kanye nabanikazi balezo zindlu.
And chapter 2 of the bill will seek to provide for continuation of the council establishment in terms of section 2 of the act.
Usahluko sesibili uzobe ulungisa ukuzika noma uqiniswa komthetho okhona wesigaba sesibili.
It also seeks to provide the objectives of the council, the governance and structures of the council.
Nokukhombisa izinhloso zomkhandlu.
The bill also seeks to provide for the registration of home builders and developers.
Imthethosivivinyo futhi uyasiza ukuthi kurejistwe abakhi bezindlu kanye nabanikazi bazo.
It will also be explicit in what is required to register.
Uzobe ubeka ngokucace bha ukuthi yini edingakalayo ukuze umuntu arejistwe noma abhaliswe.
And what will determine suspension of that registration.
Nokuthi lokho kurejistwa kuyokwenziwa yini ukuthi kucinywe noma kususwe.
And also grading of home builders and liability of an unregistered home builder or developer.
Nokuthi excuse me. No, fine. Nokuthi bazothuthukiswa kanjani laba abasebenza ukwakha izindlu.
It will also provide for the establishment of a register of enrollments.
Kuyophinde futhi kwakhiwe uhla noma iregister yalabo abafuna ukungena embonini.
The enrollment of a home prior to the commencement of its construction by a home builder.
Nokuhlelwa lokulungiswa kwendlu ngaphambi ukuthi izidluliselwe kumnikazi wendlu.
It will also talk to consequences for failure to enroll a home.
Bese khulunywa nokuthi izijeziso zizothini uma ukuthi indlu ayihambanga izigaba ezifanele ukuze ilungele ukuthi singahlala umuntu.
It will also highlight the duties in respect of a subsidy housing project and the consequences of a failure by a member of the executive council.
Nokuqiniseka ukuthi izindlu zilungiseka kangakanani kube zibhekwa amalunga omkhandlu.
Including executive council, members of the mayoral committee.
Ukuqiniseka kuyobe lelo komiti lobe libhekelele lezindlu yobe lumkhandlu kanye nekomiti lemeya kasodolophu.
The committee also provides for the funds of the council
Ikomiti liyaveza noma liyenza kube lula nokuthi izimali zomkhandlu
the home warranty fund,
nokuqiniseka ukuthi izindlu zisebenza isikhathi eside kunemali ekubhekelele lokho.
as well as additional funding through monies appropriated by Parliament.
Nokuthi uma kukhona enye imali evele eParliament iyofika isize kuphi kulesimo.
The actual fees of council,
Nokuthi zibiza kanjani izimali zomkhandlu
commencement and duration of the warranty,
nokuqala kwamawaranti ukuthi azoqala nini
the maximum and minimum amount payable from the warranty fund,
nokuthi imali encane nemali enkulu engakhokheka iphuma kule warranty fund iyoba isamba esingakanani.
The bill also seeks to prohibit the procurement of services to build a home,
Umthetho sivivinywa uyifuna ukuvimba to prohibit the services
to procurement of, to prohibit the procurement of services to build a home.
Izovikela ukuthi imsebenzi yonke edingakala endlini ayibe ikho isidingo esidingakala endlini zibe khona.
Which will then form part of the subsidy housing project from a home builder who is not registered with the council,
Okuyosiza ukulungisa ukuthi ama subsidy angafinyeleli kubantu abangaregistiwe njengabakhi noma usizo lungafiki kubakhi abangaregistiwe.
I think ngoba siyazi ukuthi inkinga esinokuzibona ezindlini zi-involve ama-inspector, abahloli, ne?
We have realized that the problems we see in our homes involves inspectors.
So this bill also seeks to provide for the appointment and duties of the inspectors,
Le bill iyaveza icacisa ukuthi uzoqashwa kanjani uinspector noma umhloli wendlu nokuthi uzobhekwa kanjani ukuthi umsebenzi uwenza ngononina.
the establishment and powers of the Compliance and Enforcement Committee,
Namandla ekomiti elibhekelele ukwenza umsebenzi ukuthi izosebenza legcinephi.
and matters relating to administrative and substantive non-compliance and penalties relating to thereto.
No daba oludingida uadministrator nenhlawulo ehambisana nalokho ibill umthetho sivivinyo uzobe iveza lokho.
The bill also seeks to provide for the warranty fund surplus to be utilized towards transformative human settlement developmental programs which facilitate growth.
Umthetho sivivinyo ufuna ukusiza ezokuhlaliswa kabantu emphakathini nazo zonke inhlaka ezisebenza ezingxenye yalomsebenzi.
Skills development and economic transformation in the home building industry.
Kuhambisana nokuthuthukiswa kwamakhono kwabantu abasebenza kwezokwakha.
So sizayenza sure ukuthi we incapacitate abantu ukuthi bakwazi nabo ukuthi bazakhele izindlu noma bangene ku-industry yokwakha izindlu.
We will ensure that we incapacitate people with building skills so that they'll be able to build own houses and enter into the industry professionally as home builders.
I think Chairperson, I've covered most of the, I think just the one point is also that the bill seeks to extend the warranty period to 5 years.
Nokunye okubalekile ngale bill ukuthi sifuna ukuthuthukisa iwarranty ukubheka ukuthi umsebenzi ulast isikhathi esingakanani sifuna ukuextenda to 5 years ilokho nje okubalekile ngale mthetho sivivinyo.
Yes, and I think the other part as well that is quite important in relation to the problems is that we are going to increase we are proposing to increase the penalty for people who are not building quality houses.
Nokuthi sifuna ukuthuthukisa noma ukukhulisa isijezo sabantu abangakhi izindlu ezamukelekile noma ezifanekileyo.
Yeah, I think ngizagcina lapho Chairperson, I think ngikhavile as much of the important parts of the bill. So I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
I'll end right there, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tokotele. for the good summary.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ke zakwethu ke sifinqo esihle kakhulu.
I've requested when we started that nobody is allowed to remove the mask unless you are given opportunity to speak. Please, we are doing these things to protect yourself and ourselves, all
Ben-
of us here in the hall.
Bengicelile ke sisaqala ukuthi akekho uvunyelwe ukuthi akhumule isifonyo noma imask yakhe ngaphandle uma enikezwe ithuba lokukhuluma. Futhi lokhu asikwenzele ukuthi sivikele nina futhi nathi sizivikele njengoba silapha.
I'm now going to open discussion as we have indicated that our role here is to listen to you.
Ngizovula ke ithuba lokuthi sibe nezingxoxo njengoba bengishilo nje ukuthi into esizele la ukuzolalela imbono yenu nezikhalo zenu.
Can I see those ones who wants to speak?
Bengicela ukubona ke abafisa ukuthi bakhulume noma babeke imbono yabo.
It's one. Baba, one. I need 10.
Ngizocela nje babe lishumi.
10 people who want to speak.
Abalishumi nje abazo
2 umama
khuluma.
and 3 baba. Four, that side, baba. Other hands,
Ezinye izandla
5. The other hands, we still need 5 more people.
sisadinga abanye abahlanu. Okwamanje sinabahlanu sidinga abanye abahlanu abazokhuluma.
6 baba this side. 7, 8. We are reaching there. Another 2, 9, 10. Yeah, we have 10. So join the queue here. in the
Labo
next-
kabayishumi esengibakhombile besicela ukuthi bazohlala kulezi zihlalo ezibekiwe lapha.
Number 1.
Socela
As you make your input, you must tell us, or you must indicate whether you support or you reject the bill.
socela ke ukuthi mangabe uzokhuluma la phambili uqale usazise ukuthi ngabe umthetho sivivinywa uyaweseka noma awuweseki.
Because we are the Committee of Human Settlement, I know that some of the people might want to raise issues that affect them with relate to human settlement. You are welcome to do so.
Ngiyazi ke njengoba siyikomiti lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu abantu bangafisa mhlawumbe ukuthi babeke neminye imbono noma ezinye izinto ezibathintayo eziphathelene nezindawo zabo zokuhlala bavumelekile futhi bakwenze nalokho.
I'm told we have Dr. NG Donda, representing the municipality. I was not briefed before. Before we give you a chance to speak, let's allow them to come and welcome everybody because this is their municipality.
Ngitshela ukuthi ke kukhona nodokotela uDonda okhona khona la ubuya kumasipala bengicela ukuthi ke mhlawumbe nasimnikeze ithuba lokuthi basamukele ngaphambi kokuthi siqale ngohlelo lwethu.
Councillor from district, local municipality.
Nekhansela ke elibuya ke mhlawumbe esifundeni lesi sikuso namuhla.
You're welcome, sir. You can welcome us.
Wamukelekile singacela ukuthi usamukele.
Asibingelele kuyihambeli zethu lapha phakathi kwethu eqhamuka kuhulumeni.
Greetings to our guests who are amongst us today from the government.
Empeleni niyezwa nje ukuthi angemukele.
I hear that I have to welcome.
Kodwa manje ngemukela umuntu osevele wayingenela wenza wonke umsebenzi abefuna ukuwenza engemukelwe umuntu.
But I'm welcoming somebody who's already entered the home and started doing their work.
Futhi useqedile.
And then they've also finished.
Kodwa ngiyazi phela ke uma kusetshenzwa yikho kuye kufakwe omakalabha.
But I know that that's why we wear hard hats when we are working.
Ngoba besaba amatshe azoqhamuka phezulu.
Because they will be afraid of the rocks that might come from above.
Elinye ke lamatshe leli aseqhamukile ngeke abalimazeke.
But there is one of the rocks that has just approached them, but it won't really harm them.
Lo ngithatha leli thuba ukuthi umsebenzi lona bazowenza muhle sesiuzwile noma bebengakemukeleki muhle.
I will take this opportunity to also register my appreciation for the work that the committee is doing, because the work is good, even though they had started without being welcome, but the work is indeed good.
Umuhle unjalo kodwa abantu abake bathi uxhaxwa.
Even though that is the case, but I think there is still a need for things to be put into perspective.
Babe ingcosana kakhulu abantu abake bafunda mbone bewu4 nje kuphela indlu yonke ayazi lutho ngakho kusho ukuthi izotshelwa.
Unfortunately, if I took a head count of people who did get the opportunity to be workshopped, there were quite few. So it means maybe that the house is just here to be informed.
Ngakho ngibona mina ukuthi ngesikhathi esizayo kufanele basazobe bebuye ukuze abantu babe neinsight epheleleyo ngalomthetho olisivivinywa ukuze uphile enhlizweni zabo kufanele abantu bawazi kahle bawuqonde ukuze kungabibikho inhlabathi egedlelayo.
So I really think that in order to make sure that people really are well informed about this bill and can make meaningful contributions, there needs to be a change in terms of how the gatherings are prepared for, so that nobody is actually left blank or unable to understand fully what the bill is about.
Kodwa kufika futhi ngesikhathi esihle lapha abantu sebelimele kakhulu kukhona abantu akade bathenga izindlu ebavuzelayo manje ezinye sezabola nje lo mthetho usufika abantu sebevele bezidumbu.
In fact, I think that the bill comes at an opportune moment, even though some people have been suffering after having purchased houses that are having structural deformities, some having roofs leaking, but at least with the bill, maybe those issues can now be resolved.
Kodwa siyethemba ukuthi ke abazoqhamuka ngemuva sebeyoba ngcono bona. Kodwa ke sengikushilo lokho ngibonga nje ukuthi uhulumeni wenza umsebenzi omuhle ukuza kubantu ngaphandle ukuthi nje ngesikhathi esizayo kuyofuneka wenze isiqinisekiso sokuthi akungabibikho umuntu ozoba isihambi ngokuba information ayizwe ngosuku lokugcina.
I also feel that maybe those who are going to purchase houses now will be better equipped and protected by the bill. But maybe furthermore, I feel maybe that there should be ways of ensuring that people are informed prior to the days that the parliament is coming to the people, even though I appreciate the fact that parliament is actually coming to the people.
Finally, I want to thank this committee of having doctors.
Also, I would like to thank this committee for having doctors.
Isizulu baba.
Oh, bengicela ukuthi ngilibonge leli committee ngokuthi linodokotela.
And I've heard one of them speaking in exuberant extravagant.
Ngizwe nomunye ekhuluma ngempela ngolimi oluphezulu kakhulu.
And I wish that more doctors can simply join that committee.
Futhi ngiyafisa ukuthi kube nodokotela abaningi abazoba ingxenye yaleli committee.
So that they are sure that a lot of I'm running short of the correct term now. Research to be done before engaging themselves into this exercise.
Ukuze baqinisekise ukuthi kuba nocwaningo olunzulu olwenziwayo ngaphambi kokuthi kube nokuxhumana nomphakathi noma nabantu.
And one day a certain thesis be written so that people can simply get a lot of information and relevant and researched information.
Ukuze egcineni kube khona ithesis ezobhalwa ke ngalokho ukuze abantu bakwazi ukuthi bazitholele lolu lwazi bebodwa emtapeni yolwazi.
And thank azele det doen alles kan sommer in de haak wees.
Ubaba usekhuluma ngesibhunu kanti akulona ulimi ngamebele.
Humusha baba.
Hayi baba usongicemela ngeqiwantwala mosokhuluma ngesibhunu.
Ngiyathokoza nabesile.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. for welcoming us.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for welcoming us. Siyabonga kakhulu.
I can see why the councillor is advocating for doctors because it could udokotela naye.
Ngiyabona ukuthi ingani ke efuna ukuthi kube phela nodokotela ngoba naye udokotela.
And we appreciate your presence and we want to apologize because I was not informed that there is anybody from the municipality when we started.
Siyabonga kakhulu futhi ngizocela nanokuphinde futhi ngixolise ngoba besingaziswanga ukuthi khona omele umkhandlu noma umasipala okhona uzosamukela.
I must indicate that I've checked the roll call of the people who have been trained here. There are more than 100.
Bese ngibhekile futhi ke nalapho kubhaliswe khona abantu abakhona la ngaphakathi ngitholile ukuthi cha bona badlulile nasekhulwini labantu.
We have advertised this bill in all the newspapers.
Sikhiphe ikhangiso ke zalomthetho sivivinywa kumaphephandabeni ahlukahlukene.
We had interacted with the radio stations in here in KZN just to increase the education part of the process.
Futhi ke sizamile ukuthi sixhumane nemisakazo ehlukahlukene khona lapha esifundazweni saKwa-Zulu Natal ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sidlulisele ulwazi nemininingwane ngalesithetho sivivinywa kubantu.
I know education is never be enough.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi ukufundiswa kwabantu akusoze kwaba okwanele.
I think we will do better in next time.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kodwa ke sizama ukuthi sikulungise lokhu ke ezikhathini ezizayo.
I'm going to then hand it over to I'm told we have another councillor Nchali. Mchali. Oh, Councillor Mchali is with us here. Can you just take a bow?
Bengicela ke ukuthi bangizwe ngezothiwa khona nelinye ikhansela umtshalo khona la besicela ukuthi asukume simbone simamukele. Oh, Mr. Councillor Mchali is actually outside, locked outside. There's
I'm
been
told
refused
it's
entry.
not this one. Here. Okay, can I see, can I see councillors who are here just for them to stand up and take a bow?
Bengicela wonke amakhansela khona ngaphakathi asukume ukuze abingelele indlu siwabone.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much for gracing this meeting.
Chair, sorry, Chair, I think Doctor was saying the other Mchali councillor is outside still from the EFF. She hasn't been allowed to come in.
Can I request the Parliamentary Protection Services to get Councillor Nchali to come in? Yeah, we are thankful that you are here with us because you are the leaders of our people at the local level, and this is where things happened.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke ukuthi nikhona njengabaholi bomphakathi eindaweni lezi sesihambelayo ngakho siyathokoza kakhulu ukuba nani kulomhlangano.
You know, Doctor, in some other areas, there were no councillors. That's why when we are not informed that there are councillors, we proceed because as parliament, we have responsibility to interact with the communities.
Kwezinye indawo ke Dr. sifike kuzona bowuthola ukuthi akukho ngisho nelilodwa ikhansela besifika nje siqhubeke sisebenze ngoba umsebenzi wethu njengeparlament ukuzoxhumana nemiphakathi ingakho ke besingalindele ukuthi kube khona namakhansela kwezinye indawo.
And we appreciate that more than 10 councillors are here with us.
Futhi siyakubonga kakhulu siyakuthokozela nokuthi kunamakhansela evile noma cishe abe lishumi akhona namuhla.
I'm now going to allow Councillor Mjali to start.
Ngizovumela ukuthi ukhansela umtshali ke bese eqala ke ngohlelo lanamuhla.
Angithokoze ngibingelele mphathi wohlelo ngibingelele ku babudonda ongu chief whip lapha eMhlathuze municipality.
Let me first start by appreciating the opportunity that I've been given and also greet everyone, including Dr. Donda, who is the Chief Whip here at Mhlathuze.
Ngibingelele bonke izikhulu zami eziphambili.
And greet-
Ngibingelele na wonke amakhansela akhona. Ngibingelele no baba no mama abakhona la kulesi sithangami.
And greet our guests at the front, greet the community and greet ladies and gentlemen who are also here in this forum.
Ngukhansela ke umtshali osuka eMfolozi municipality ku Ward 2 okhansela wakhona aphinde futhi abe u chief whip ku district municipality okuyikhingcetshwayo.
I'm Councillor Mjali, who is from Ward 2. I'm also the Chief Whip in the district municipality of King Cetshwayo.
Ngiyamukela ngiyayizwa umthetho sivivinyo esikhuluma ngawo futhi ngiyawemukela.
I'm very, I actually am in support of the bill that we are discussing, and I do hear what it intends to do.
So but I have some few concerns. So engifisa raise la on behalf of a community.
I have a few concerns that I would like to raise on behalf of the community. Nginembuzo engifisa ukuthi ngiyibuze egameni lomphakathi.
My first question, wothi ngizwile ngathi kuchazwa inakunganeni isummary yale bill kuzokhulunywa ngayo la. Nanokuthi abantu abazobe bakha bazobe bejeziswa. Engifuna ukuchecka ukuthi this bill ngakube ikhandelwe abantu ngoba uma ubuka abantu bahlukene ngokama categories. Kunabantu basemakhaya. Kunabantu abahlala elokishini. Kunabantu abahlala edolobheni. Those people who are residing emadolobheni, they are familiar with imithetho. But kukhona abantu abahlala emakhaya othola ukuthi ufuna kuqala ukunarishwa noma acapacitethwe anikeze skill before kungene lo mthetho ngoba uma ubuka umthetho usifaka sonke as abantu base South Africa.
I just needed to check with regards to the bill. I heard the summary and it did speak to some of the issues that I wanted to check. For example, if you look at people, in the way they are accommodated, you'll find that people live in different areas. Some live in townships, some live in the city, some live in rural areas. And according to the bill, when it comes to consequences or punishments or penalties, how is that going to work, particularly for those builders who come from rural areas? Because I feel that they need to be capacitated and also informed and trained and workshopped on the bill so that they can understand the implications of any of their actions as builders.
The second concern I have is if mama bezonikezwe capacitate izobuka level of education because emakhaya kunabantu owaqala eudaka boy ebambele umuntu wagcina wawufunda ukwakha egcineni lo muntu ugcina sekwazi ukuzakhela yena akwazi ukuyiphilisa ngoba imisebenzi ingasekho ngokweskill sakhe nje akwazi ukusizakala. Kodwa manje uma sengongena umthetho njengalo uzobe usumnqinda lo yamuntu obekwazi ukuyiphilisa lapha yana engasakwazi ukungena noma enze umsebenzi. Okunye ngaphezulu kwakho konke ke emakhaya Akeke ngisho ngakuthi wakho big house ongakanani, but abanayo lento okuthiwa iplan yokwakha indlu yakhe. Do you consider izinto ezinjengalezo? Because kunabantu nje abavela akhe nje indlu yakhe ngoba enemali. So ngokwazi kwami mawuthola iplan uyayithenga iplan before uqala ukwakha. Athi umuntu no mina nginemali yokuthi nje ngakhe kuphela, but lokho ukuthenga iplan anginawo. So ke ezinye zezinto engimanga ngizibuka ngibona ukuthi izosilimaza kakhulu thina abantu basemakhaya esingawazi lo umthetho lo.
Okay, my question also is pertaining to particularly those who come from rural areas, where you'll find that these emerging builders started off as being assistants in building, maybe by mixing materials that are used for building, sand and other materials. And then they learn the skill as they work and can gain experience in the industry, on the sector. I want to know what level of education will be required for those kinds of people to be capacitated. And also when it comes to home building, in rural areas, you'll find that people just build houses without a plan. And now with the bill, it says you actually have to have a proper plan. And how do people then, how are people expected to then acquire these plans in order to be able to build these houses in accordance with the bill?
Okay, ngicabanga ukuthi owokugcina umbuzo wami. Ngijabula kawo human settlement lesi isithangami. Kunezindlu ezihlukene kabili, khona izindlu ekuthiwa yini ngama rural housing projects. Kube khona ama urban projects. So uma bakha emakhaya, uma ungaya nje manje, lezi ndlu ezakhiwe yena uhulumeni impela lethiwa ngama RDP houses. La bantu ezakhiwe lapha ngakube mhlawumbe izinto improve yini uma sekungena le bill njengale ngoba laba bantu abazakhiwe lapha emakhaya abanawo ini ama title deed abanawo. Even nalezi futhi ezakhiwa ke okuthiwa ngama urban housing, even now kunendawo nje engiyiphetheyo mina ina 15 years zakhiwa izindlu but abanawo ama title deed. So akekuthiwa lo mthetho kusiyaphasa yonke into. Where are they going to complain? Ngoba ngisho akasibo umnikazi balendlu ngoba kanalo iphepha elisho ukuthi indlu eyakhe. Kodwa zakhiwe ubani? Uhulumeni. Ezinye zazo azikho esimeni. Ngisho izimalina zivele ivuza udonga lonke. So uma sekunamthetho njengalona ke, how are you going to apply le umthetho usungasesiyona ibill kumuntu ovele affected already?
Okay, also I would like to lastly ask the question pertaining to rural and urban housing projects, where you find that houses were built, but people still do not have title deeds. I'm talking about areas which were built 15 years ago, where you find that the occupants still don't have title deeds. Where do they go to complain in terms of the bill? Or where do they get assistance in order to get those title deeds? And also, some of these houses, you'll find that when it rains, they were built in such a shoddy way that the roofs will be leaking and there'll be water flowing down the walls of these houses. So where do these people then get to complain insofar as the bill is concerned?
So sengiphetha ke ngiyacela ukuthi ke ezikhulu zami mhlasimbe mangalungisa lama minor mistakes before umthetho uthi hayi usuyaphasa unakunganeni sokuwumthetho abebuye belungise lokhu ongeza affect laba bantu abavese be affected already, then ke umthetho bese siyawazi ukuthi hayi umthetho wempela ongowethu thina bonke osifaka sokungafake idlanzana ethile abanye ubashiye ngaphandle. Angibonge.
And also I would like to in ending or in closing to say I wish these small areas will be fixed in the bill so that at the end the bill will be supported by everybody and all encompassing and not just catering for the minority or a few. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I've given you more time because you said you represent people.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke councillor ngikunikeza isikhathi esithe xaxa ngoba uthe umele abantu.
The next person, you have only 3 minutes to make your views.
Isikhulumo esilandelayo sizoba nemizuzu emithathu kuphela ukuthi usho izimvo zakho.
And I'm told there are 30 people who are outside who wants to participate too.
Sengitshela ukuthi kunabantu abangamashumi amathathu abangaphandle nabo abafuna ukuba ingxenye lo mhlangano.
So because of the protocol of COVID-19, so they will have to sit outside
Ngenxa yemgomo ye-COVID bazohlala lapha ngaphandle kwamanje.
and will request those that are spoken, they should actually give them the space to come in.
Bese sicela labe sebekhulumile uma sebeqedile baphume ukunikeza laba bangaphandle ukuthi bangene nabo bazozwakalisa izimvo zabo.
Not councillors, ne?
Hayi amakhansela.
Okay. Councillors, they are part of leadership, they would have to listen to what people are saying.
Amakhansela ayingxenye yobuholi kufanele eze ukuthi abantu bathini.
Number two, 3 minutes so that we give other people chance. Our view is that everybody must give an opportunity to speak, those that wants to speak.
Okwesibili akalandele akhuluma Phawule bese nikeza abanye ithuba. Nike noTolika ithuba.
Translation, can you have something to note so that we allow them to, their 3 minutes to make their statement and then you'll then summarize what they've said.
Sanibonani, ngibingelela ikomiti lami etafuleni, ikhulu zami eqhamuka kahulumeni, ngibingelela amakhansela, ase King Cetshwayo district, okhulumayo phambi kwenu umama uNtuli, ose King Cetshwayo but phansi kwemfolozi municipality. Ngiyaxolisa mhlawumbe ngizokubuza mina kuzothi phecelezi kodwa kuqondene na umsebenzi vele. Kwenziwa njani ngabantu ababhalise ku Siyakha incubator? Ngicabanga ukuthi 2 years back akaze benze lutho besilokhu sithenjiswa ama training sisayenze kanye kwase kuyathula. Umbuzo wami oqala lowo sithi isikhathi silindile silambile sifuna ukusebenza.
Ababe trainela in ma?
Ma
Bebe registerwa ukutraina in
kwa Siyakha incubator.
Siyakha incubator.
Yes. Okay. Okwesibili ngicela ukubuza ukuthi uhulumeni uyaba recognize yini abantu asebe registered ka human settlement. Inkinga ensithi ngibuze yile kunamaphepha esiwakhokhelayo kodwa umsebenzi asewutholi. National Bill certificate siyakhokhelwa. Tax clearance uyakhokha. Labor letter of good standing yakhokhelwa. Every year siyavuselela kodwa umsebenzi asewutholi. Umsebenzi asiwutholayo sizikhotha ngqoko zabamhlophe abasemazingeni aphezulu. For instance la phansi kamasipala wasemfolozi angikholwa ukuthi bakhona abesifazane abangama main contractors ngokujutshwa uhulumeni. For instance mina ngiku stage 4 kodwa ngisayisikhotha ngqoko sabamhlophe. Singama subcontractors sizo subcontractor kwabamhlophe kuze kube nini ngoba abakithi abaphezulu abasithatha bas recognize ukuthi sikhona nathi siyakwazi ukusebenza. Ngicabanga ukuthi okunye engicela ukukubuza ngoba amakhansela ami akhona ulwazi anginalo. Kuma ward ewadini engikuyona ngina njengamanje iminyaka I'm 58 years old but ewadini yami ayikho indlu yomxhaso. Izalukazi zali nje izindlu zomxhaso zazithenjiswa uhulumeni kuze kube manje izindlu zomxhaso asinazo. Sizolinda kuze kube nini? Abantu bayanetha abanazo izindlu njengoba kunezikhukhula abantu bayanethwa abanazo ngisho namashelthanyana ke lokuthiwa ngoba umuzi wakho uyawa uhulumeni ukuthembisa noma i-shelter noma u-two room, izalukazi ezinye sezizashona namakhehla, abanazindlu zokuhlala. Kwenzeka kanjani endaweni ezingenayo imixhaso ukuthi abantu bathole imixhaso? Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the committee and greetings to our councillors present here today. I am Mam Ntuli from King Cetshwayo district, particularly Umfolozi municipality. Mine will be a bit different, but it's about these issues of housing. First question is, people who registered 2 years ago at Siaka incubation, yet they've received no work. What kind of support or intervention we can give to those? Number two, does government recognize people that have been trained, that have been through training, yet they receive no jobs because licenses and some, excuse me, and some bills continue to pile up, yet there is no work for these contractors. Instead, we get opportunities only to subcontract to big corporations. I can tell that particularly in this municipality, there is no woman contractor who has the main building contract. All of us as women-owned companies, we are only in construction, only made to subcontract. I'm stage 4, my company is stage 4, but would never get a direct contract except to subcontract. Lastly, in my ward, there is no RDP development, and yet there is pensioners, others have died without houses, and we've had flooding of late, and the houses washed down, and we haven't seen any RDP development. So we just want to know how long are we expected to wait? Thank you. Umxhaso is an RDP house. We call it umxhaso.
Ngibingelele izikhulu zami zonke ekhona, ngibingelele umphakathi. Mina uVusi Hwangubane ngiqhamuka ku 21 eSikhaweni. Ngiyawemukela umthetho lo abakhuluma ngawo, kodwa ke engikhala ngakho kokuqala umsebenzi lana mathiwa uyanikwa uthothi unikwa abantu abaqhamuka ngaphandle abawenzi umsebenzi ngendlela efanele. Uma uthofu ucomplain ucomplaina kubani? For example nje la ngiyaxolisa ukufaka kodwa kuyikhampani la eIDZ ngicabanga bakhona la eIDZ umsebenzi wenziwa ama-China lapha. Ama-China la umsebenzi awenzayo afike uthothi into ayenza wrong iphinde ibulawe. Lapho uthothi siyenze into ekhosta imali enkulu. Uhulumeni kulaba bantu abaqhamuka ngaphandle isiphi isinyathelo asithathayo ngoba le mali esuke ilimala eyabakhokhbentela bala eSouth Africa. Okwesibili okunye engucelayo mina lo uhulumeni akusho uye ngiyengibongisha ikhangiso ayifakayo athi abantu abaxhasayo is under 35 years. Uthini ngalaba bantu aba above 35 years? Uthothi banengane abayifundisayo kodwa abawuthola umsebenzi. Mina njengami nje angisebenzi. Ngicela ukuthatha nje izinto ngeke ngikukhombise nje nina njengekhulu kahulumeni sihleli sesingaphezulu ka 35 years. Sinezinto eziningi asikwazi ukusebenza. Ama skills lawa okuthiwa ayafuneka la eSouth Africa. Akuthiwa wekho kulandwa abantu babo sinawo. Sacela ukuthatha izinto zami. okokuqala nje la engizokukhipha na i-housing community building ngiyenze umfolosi nansi enye ehambisana nayo la i-certificate se-agon i-welding le la i-certificate se-computer lesi i-certificate se-grinder konke lokho lesi i-certificate se-carpentry lesi i-certificate sikagesi lesi i-certificate sika-matric lesi i-certificate se-arc sokushisela se-welding lesi i-certificate se-CO2 zonke lezi certificate nginazo kodwa ngihleli uhulumeni uthi ama-skills asinawo la maya asazi ukuthi kumele senze njani ukuze uhulumeni wethu abone ukuthi siyawudinga umsebenzi kodwa hleli asisebenzi ikuphi okumele sikwenze uhulumeni wethu ukuze sisizakale ngoba phela sesingaphezulu ka-35 years kodwa sithola usizo ikuphi okufanele sikwenze ebengicela ukwazi uhulumeni wethu sisizakala kanjani siwumphakathi kodwa ipoverty khona kodwa ezikoleni side ikuphi okumele sikwenze sisizakala ngani uma kuthiwa sivula amakhampani so wenze njani kwakhona lokho ngiyacela ukuthi uma kuthiwa ngifuna ukuvula ikhampani ngenze njani uxhaso ngizoluthola
Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone in the hall. My name is Vusi Mhlongo from Ward 21 Iskawini. I support the bill, but I have a few issues that I would like to raise. Firstly, my first complaint is pertaining to contracts that are given to people from outside our area. I'm going to name a company in particular called IDZ, where all their work is exclusively done by Chinese, who continue to do shoddy work, but still continue to get the contracts to do the work. Secondly, when government issues out adverts, they always say they support or sponsor or give opportunities to people under the age of 35 years. My question is, what about us who are above 35 years, unemployed, and have people that we care for? We do have skills, but unemployed, and we need to make an income or find ways to make an income to support our children. And maybe to illustrate this point, I have my certificates here. Let me just pull them out so that I can show you. I have certificates in building, welding, computer, carpentry, electricity, and my matric certificate, of course. And within welding, I have a CO2 welding certificate, but I am not employed. No, we are not employed with all these skills that we've acquired. And I want to know, what do we do then as people who are over 35 years to get help? Thank you.
Next. You don't just go and sit on the chairs without being noted. Please go back to your seats.
Buyela esihlalweni sakho awuhlali esihlalweni esibekiwe la phakathi ungatshelwanga usihlalo. Buyela esihlalweni sakho liyeza ithuba.
Ngiyanibingelela ngaphakathi ikhuzami efikile ehholo Enseleni. Namakhansela ami lapha akhona lapha ngaphakathi. Uzwane lo osemkhoma eWard 5. Bengisacela ukubuza la kulezi ikhulu zami njengoba sikhona nje. Yabona kunekhansela lami lapha elekela khuluma into okuyiyona ngicabanga ukuthi ngizohlala kuyona nobe ngingazi kakhulu ngamakhansela ami kodwa ngizohlala nje kulento ekakhuluma ikhansela lami lapha. Ngomunye mina ongenazo icucu eshoyo ukuthi ngazi muphi umsebenzi owaxova udaka njengoba yesho nje ikhansela lami lapha lithi uqale ngoxova udaka egcineni wagcina sewumeselandi kodwa ngayikhomba iloku ikolwe engengazakha la isikole ikholishi yokuqala iJames Nxumalo imina ngiyakhile. Izakheni Korish, imina ngiyakhile, nguMeselandi. Namhlanje, nangithi ngifuna umsebenzi la. Bangibuza ukuthi nginazo nezincwadi. La e14 iAbsa isuka phansi njengoba ikhona bebeka kuyimali. Ade yakhiwa yithina. Office kamasipala leya abasebenza kuyona abantu kade yakhiwa mina. Nginomndeni la engondlayo. Anginawo umuzi. Ngihlala emzini abantu. Ngihamba ngigada imizi lapha nalapha. Mina ngiphuma eBackville lapha engisalwa khona. Yonke le ndawo njengoba ngihamba nje, ngihamba ngokwakha. Ngisho nasemthatha. Ade senza amaflat eloku yini ulomsakazo wasemthatha kade wenziwa yithina amaflat akhona. Zonke lezi ndawo esengihambile. Kodwa namhlanje ngila. La engeke ngafika khona nansi imoli nje bayishisile. Kulonyaka ophelile ngihambile ngazofesa la. Bangitshela ngendaba yekhansela. Amakhansela la asazi sonke thina njengoba silapha nje. Akekho ngeke umazi umuntu ozwane njengoba ethi mina nguzwane ngiyakwazi kwakhe. Ukubuza ukuthi ziphi incwadi. Mina nginazo incwadi ngineliference eyaphasa. Enguthi mina ngwenzile umsebenzi waphasa ade ngwenza la embonambi amaflat ade ngwenza khona. Ilapha engathola khona iliference. Kuleminyaka emingaka mina ngakha la. Kodwa namhlanje angakaziwa lapha ukuthi nguMeselandi. Sisashizila nangabe sifuna umsebenzi la. Ngicela ukubuza ke ekhulwini zami mhlambe izona nje ezike sifike la eParliament kumanje nje uyabona kunale mali le kuthiwa yokhwayilahle. Lobo 350 lapha. Ukuthi ubaba ungamondla yini umuntu umndeni ngo 350. Asawutholi nalo 350. Lo 350 uphele ngoApril. Sekuyinyanga esithathu le. Ekhulwini zami mhlambe ngiyozwakala kabi ngizwakala njengokuthi awakabalasa lo baba wale. Mina sengishizilile kumanje nje nginengane mina eziwu4. Lezi ngane eziwu4 kukhona eseqede umatric khona la ezingasebenzi. Kumanje nje ngikhuluma ukuthi nginentombazane efunda umatric kumanje efanele iphase kumatric. Kuso lesimo lesi ebanjwe ngamazinyo engakwazi kwenzani. Le mfana wami ogcina ufunda u6 la ethola okuhle. Namanje ngibambe ngamazinyo lezi ngane. Ngehla nganyuka nazo. Nayixosha umuntu la ethi hayi angisakufundi la kulo muzi wami. Sekufanele uhambe ongena komunye umuzi noba ungene emqashweni. Noba unomndeni omngaka ungaqasha amakamela amangaki kuze uhlale. Uzoyithatha phi yonke le mali ozofanele uhlale lapho wena ondlela omndeni. Kodwa
Thank
sina
you.
sithi sinokhulumeni siyabonga.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you very much.
Sibonge baba, siyabonga kakhulu. Greetings to all our leadership present. I am Mr. Zwane from Ward 5. My question to our leaders, although I've been partly covered by the previous speaker, particularly the councillor, who spoke of people like me with some expertise but without any corresponding certification. I'm one of the people who were one of the builders of James Nxumalo Agricultural School in Ulundi, Zakeni College in Ladysmith, but I was one of the people that built those institutions. But whenever I apply for a job, I'm asked for certificates. Right here in Richards Bay, the ABSA building, I'm one of the people that built that building. You talk of the local municipality building, I was there, we built that building. But I can't get any job anywhere. I have a family to feed, I stay in other people's houses. I have built everywhere, even right up to Mtata, I've been there. But whenever I apply here, even in the local mall that was demolished, that was looted, I was told I should go to the councillor. As a matter of fact, our councillors cannot know everyone. They cannot know all the skills present in the community. I don't have a certificate, but I have references to prove my abilities. Lastly, the 350 grand. How can anybody feed his family with the 350 grand? But even that grant has been cut. It has been put to a stop. I've got children, some of them are matriculants, some of them are in grade 8, and that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next person, please indicate whether you support the bill or you reject the bill.
Isikhulumo esilandelayo siyacela ucacisa ukuthi uyawuchitha lo mthethosivivinyo noma uyawusekela noma uyawuvuma lo mthethosivivinyo na enkulumeni yakho.
Ngicela ukubingelela ikhulu lapha etafuleni abahlonishwa bami abasilethela intuthuko la emphakathini. Ngibingelele umphakathi. Mina ngumkhaba Mchiyane. Ngivela eMkhome Ward 5. Ngizozwakalisa nami umbono wami la. Mina ngumakhi. Ngibhekleya. Ngizohamba enyaweni izalo baba osuka la ubaba uZwane. Ngoba anginazi icoco. Kodwa angigobisi futhi. Ngibeka into straight. Ubaba uZwane ngiyafakazela bengisebenza na. Naye ngamfakazela lento kade yisho losuka la. Ngeke ngabambisana naye. Oba sisuke wadine yodwa bangishilo ngithi Ward 5 na usuke Ward 5. Manje into engicela ukuyibuza mina ukuthi kuzomiswa kanjani ngoba phela yini ngiphinde into eyodwa futhi kodwa ningixolele ngoba mhlambe mase qashwa la kuzothiwa yini siphi isicucu manje yini isinkwa ngisasithuli ngoba ngiyalimala ngesicucu lo onesicucu uthola ukuthi akayenzi lento straight ngqo uthola ukuthi uyagqobeza kodwa mina nginaso isicucu ngenza into straight ngqo manje leyo nto iyafunakala ukuthi sibuye siyibheke bafethu singabi bukhali kuhlekwani umese ubukhali ngencane ngala ubuthuntu ngeke usike isinkwa ngala ngoba ubuthuntu asibe bukhali ngenqembe sibheke leyo nto bafethu yebo mina 2019 ngalimala esikhafuleni ngoba ngisebenza la emakhaya ngalimala esikhafuleni ngikhuluma ngensimbi nje abahlonishwa laba ngabakhombisa abasetafuleni nensimbi ngafaka insimbi la ngilimala esikhafuleni lapha lezi ikhafule okuthiwa yini asibeka ama-blocks uyabona hayi amatressel angena phansi kuthiwa sibeka ama-blocks sibeke yini ngalimala ngaya la Enseleni hospital Enseleni clinic bangitransfera eNgwelezane hospital ngafika eNgwelezane ngalala lapha ngayiswa kuphi ICU ngayofaka khona ngawazi kusho ukukhuluma kushona ngayiswa eMadeleni kuthiwa ubaba Mchiyane uzoya eMadeleni ngithi kuphi eMadeleni kuthiwa uzokohlinzwa wena ngihamba ngayohlinzwa ngikhuluma nje nginensimbi la edolweni uhulumeni mangimtshela sengiphuma lapho odokotela odokotela ukuthi angikwazi phela ukusebenza obi indlela engiyiphilisa ngayo ibhikleyi ngoba ngifundile ngagcina standard 8 mangiphuma lapha eNgwelezane udokotela wanginika inyanga eziyisithupha ngahamba nga-applyela igrant banginika igrant ngahola inyanga eziyisithupha ngavele ngavala mangibuyela khona kuthiwa hayi uzophila wena benginika amaphilisi lawo kuthiwa hayi la maphilisi azoqeda inhlungu kodwa namanje ngiyasebenza nje ngoba ngizama ukuphilisa nezingane zami kodwa ngiyezwa noma ngisebenza idolo libuye lisho phela khona insimbi la ngoba ngiyatshela kanje kodwa asho udokotela ungayibambi into esindayo manje ngibamba zonke izinto ezisindayo ngoba khona insimbi la ngiyangi-affect ngoba yini ngoba ngibhekile umuntu ongixovela udaka ngishayise ngesikhathi ongafanele sishayise ngaso kuthola ukuthi ngishayisa mhlambe ngithi aqoqa ithuluzi ngithi hamba washa ithuluzi manje mhlambe ngo2 useshayisa lo muntu udla kimi ephaketheni angithi ngishajima lapha udla kimi oba sengiyezwa kuyaqaqamba idolo leli akusavumi kimi.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you very much. Cele kuri uye lapho uya registera isikhalo sakho. Lapho, Baba.
Uyacela baba uye kulaba abahleli kulela tafula bazokusiza ngesikhalo sakho. May I greet you, may I greet all our leaders and greet the community present here today. So cela silalele ize ngalokukhuluma. I am Mr. Mtiane from Ward 5. I am a bricklayer without a certification, but my work is without fault. I will go, I'll speak on the same lines as the previous speaker. That the certification and the proposed regulations will eliminate many of us, because there is a whole lot of people with certifications but who can't build straight structures. So my request is that we at least try to balance the equation, that as to try to regulate the industry, but you ensure that those of us already in the industry without certification, we are also covered. Like myself, in 2019, I fell from a scaffolding. My leg here, I got steel in my leg even right now. I can even show it to my leadership here in front of me. I even went through the ICU. They took me to the ICU. I was told not to work for the next 6 months, but bricklaying is my only source of income. They put me only on a 6 months disability grant and it ended. I need to earn a living, I need to feed myself. Doctors advise me not to do any hard labor, but I don't have a choice. So kindly assist on that.
Awusenzanga sihleke thina uthe ubaba kangobezi awushonga then we didn't laugh.
Next.
Can I go ahead? Ngibingelela umhlangano abaphathi banomhlangano namhlanje nabo bonke iziphathiswa ezikhona la, all protocol observed. Igama lami nguBen wakasithole, ngiphuma khona la eSikhawini. Ngu-director wenkampani ebizwa ngo-Inkundla Housing Solutions, edila kakhulukazi ney'ngqinamba eziqondene nabantu abasuke benama-complaints ezindlu nabafuna ukusizwa kwi-financing of the houses. Okokuqala, let me just say ukuthi I really appreciate the bill and I'm supporting the bill. Senginesikhathi eside ngikwi-housing industry, but my area of concern is that isikhathi esiningi umonakalo wenzeka lapha on the ground la kwakhiwa khona izindlu. Sino building inspectors othola ukuthi isikhathi esiningi abawenzi umsebenzi wabo ngendlela efanele, and therefore uthola ukuthi ekugcineni umnikazi wendlu, i-beneficiary noma i-consumer, igcina ibe yi-victim yendlu engakho esimeni esifanele. Uthola ukuthi maybe after 2-3 years yakreka, akasakwazi ukuthi uzoya kuphi ayobika ukuthi naku inkindla yami isinje
kulesi simo esikhona. Now ngibuka la kwi bill le ekhona la kunya khona appointment of inspectors. I'm not too sure whether kunya ngalabo building inspector laba esibaziyo. Kuba no building inspector abai province. Okuyibona ababhekelela izindlu baphasisa izindlu. Kuba no building inspector bawo masipala, municipal building inspectors. Nabo kuyibona ababhekelela izindlu. Now kule bill going forward. Ngiyathanda ukuthola ukuthi singaqiniseka kanjani ukuthi laba lezi inhlaka ezimbili la building inspectors from municipality nalaba by province bawenza kahle umsebenzi wabo to the extent ukuthi umuntu mayethola indlu le asuke eyithola ngaleso sikhathi sesimene esihle ngoba abantu abaningi abazi kakhulu ngendaba zokwakhiwa kwezindlu bathembele kulabo building inspectors. Uma ngabe labo building inspectors nabo bengawenzi umsebenzi wabo sigcina sesinalezi indlu esesigcina abantu bekhala kuzona. Therefore ngiyathanda ukubona le bill iqiniseke ukuthi umsebenzi lapha on the ground la okusuka kwakhiwa khona on site uyenzeka ngendlela efanele. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the committee and all dignitaries in the House, all protocols observed. My name is Ben Sitole from Eskawini. I'm the director of Inkundla Housing Solutions, where we deal with financing of housing and assisting people who are potential homeowners. I appreciate and support the bill, but my concern is basically where I see that most of the damage happens at lower levels. In other words, where when the houses are being built, where you find that the inspectors do not do their work efficiently, and then the beneficiary or the homeowner ends up affected by having a house that after 2 years starts to have structural deformities that show leaks and so on. I'm seeing in the bill, there is a section that deals with the appointment of inspectors. I see there are inspectors that are appointed in terms of the province, in other words, province inspectors as well as municipal inspectors. So how do we ensure that these two groups of inspectors perform their duties efficiently? And because homeowners rely on inspectors to give them the go-ahead that the house is built according to the appropriate standard. And also I would like to appreciate all the work that is being done in terms of ensuring that these occurrences do not continue to occur. Thank you.
Bab,
ngizosukuma nokubingelela ihambeli zethu bese ngibingelela namakhansela ngizokhotha lapha ku section 3 besicela kakhulukazi uhulumeni
igama lakho ba
igama lami ngufandolo wamkhwanazi ngiqhamuka ngaphansi kwekhansela ubonga Ntombela eWard 7 ngixolise ngokujaha kakhulu ukukhuluma ngizokhotha lapha ku section 3 bese sicela kakhulukazi uhulumeni esondelele endaweni ezisemakhaya ezosichazela ngokusebenza kwalezi inhlaka engizoyibiza la kunohlaka lokuqala kwezokusebenza uBasa no CIDB no CBE no CCI besicela kakhulukazi uhulumeni esondezela lezo inhlelo ukuba zizochazela umphakathi ukuthi isebenza kanjani bese siphinda sicela kakhulukazi uhulumeni ukuthi ehambele endaweni ezisemakhaya lapho khona kunabantu abangenawo khona umatric wokuthi uma kuvela imfundaze emakhaya uthi uhulumeni ucela abantu abanomatric ukuze bezokwazi ukuthi besizakale bona shuthi laba abantu laba abangenawo umatric akumele bona besizakale bese kuzoba silwe nalendaba le ka 18 to 35 years okusho ukuthi uhulumeni ngendlela wabeka ngayo lemthetho lena wayengabukisisanga kahle uhulumeni waba nephutha ukuthi ebeke u18 to 35 esifuna ukukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni labo bantu laba abangaphezulu ka 35 years kumele benze njani bona kumele beyiphilise kanjani ngoba uma befika bethi bazocela imfundaze abasaqualify ukuthi bethole imfundaze so uhulumeni siyabona lapho ukuthi uhulumeni unokuphambuka lapho bese sizocela ukuthi uhulumeni ehambele endaweni ezisemakhaya ezothuthukisa kunenkampani eregistiwe kunenkampani engaregistiwe lezi inkampani eregistiwe akusizo zona zodwa ezithola umsebenzi uthola abantu ababodwa bese kuzothi lezi inkampani lezi ezinye zazo engaregistiwe azuthola umsebenzi uhulumeni akazame indlela yokuthi esithuthukise thina singabantu abamnyama singabantu bala eSouth Africa engalokho edane ethuthukisa abantu ababodwa kunabantu uthola ukuthi umuntu uthola umsebenzi eindaweni ezahlukene uthola umsebenzi eThekwini ubuye ezothola umsebenzi ngala ethola umsebenzi eGoli uthola kuzo zonke indawo umsebenzi kodwa zibe zikhona inkampani ezikulowo mphakathi uhulumeni angabe kuyizona akayithuthukisayo ukuze kwazi ukuthi umphakathi kunabantu abathuthukayo so sicela kakhulu ukuthi uhulumeni ezemakhaya esilethela amakhono sikwazi ukuthi sibe namakhono siyabonga
Yuba.
Thank you. Greetings to our guests and all protocols observed. My name is Fanam Kwanazi. I'm from Ward 7. I'm going to speak on Section 3 of the proposed bill. And I wish for the government to come to rural areas like ours and explain about the structures that are mentioned in Section 3, which are structures like CIDP and so on. We need education about how these structures operate because we feel they can be also a hindrance to us actually benefiting from the provisions of the bill. Also, government needs to come to rural areas to address the issues affecting those of us who do not have matric because government will issue or will embark on programs that are only aimed at those people with matric. So what about those who do not have matric? And also the same applies to those who are above 35 years, where government will also have programs that are specifically aimed at those people who are between 18 and 35 years old. And what about those who are above 35 years? Because those also don't benefit in terms of bursaries that are sometimes provided by government to be able to study and actually get skills for them so that they can be able to take care of themselves and their families. And also the issue of companies that seem to be colluding because you'll find that these companies are registered and they are always the companies that are always getting the work. Sometimes you'll find that one company is getting work in Durban, getting work in Johannesburg, and getting work here and in many other areas at the same time. We would like for this to be also looked at. And also I would like the government to come to our areas and actually educate us about some of these things that are provided for in this bill and other issues that affect us. Thank you.
Ngibonga ithuba igama lami nguSihle ngwasigwaza ngisuka ngaphansi komfolozi municipality under ward 18 ngibingelele bonke bahambele thina namhlanje ngokwekhundla zabo ngizothi nje protocol observed ama speakers ade khuluma ngaphambili kokunye sengikhavile but ke okunye engizothi ngu-ede mhlawumbe ngabe ukubuka kule ndawo lena ethi kulabantu abangama home builders ngiyacabanga mhlawumbe balidinga uqeqesho oluthe xaxa so therefore bezokwazi ukuthi belekeleleke especially makuyiwa phambili bese ngithi futhi lokho kunye kulabantu abangomakhi mhlawumbe bodinga ukuthi belekelelwe kakhulu adviseni abantu abangabakhelwa bezindlu ukuze bengakhi endaweni enjengokuthola ukuthi bakha endaweni ezisemhosheni eziduze kwama river banks like ngoba found that egcine sekuyena futhi uhulumeni sefanele akhokhele back labantu labo noma aba assist ngandlela thizeni bese ukuthi okunye engifisa umthetho mhlawumbe ungasilekelela ngakho ukuthi mhlawumbe ngoba wenzeka kanje sithi senginole bill khona esaqubungulwayo ungasilekelela kakhulu mhlawumbe mathiwa iyaphela into tendering processes ngazi ngani na because baxhaphazeka obuilder uma thiwa usonkontileka uthola umsebenzi uthola ukuthi usonkontileka ufika uthola umsebenzi and then ubuilder amneze only just 400 rand a day yabo ofithi imali encane uma compare to ubuilder but ubuilder mathiwa une certificate yakhe uyakwazi ukuthi ayitholele umsebenzi mhlawumbe ngathi ukulekeleleka kuleyo process leyo bese kuba ilendaba le yema inspectors omunye ubaba owade khoma phambili kwangikhava indaba ama inspectors but ukulekelela kuyona ukuthi mhlawumbe ngeke silekeleleke umthetho silekelele ukuthi labantu abangama inspectors bona ababe na experience ekwakheni qobo nawo mhlawumbe bebe ne standardized certificate ukuthi banga builder previously mhlawumbe sebeba ama inspectors okwamanje bese sibuka nalendaba ukuthi mhlawumbe labantu esithi ama ex offenders ngabe bona yababheka lomthetho lo ngoba we found out ukuthi mayephuma ngaphakathi evalelweni bese buye ekhlaleni mebuye ekhlaleni abanye bam support abanye bam support but ke umthetho bona labantu abanjana labo uyabazi ukuba support yini na ngiyabonga.
Thank you. My name is Sihle from Ward 13. Greetings and all protocols observed. I have been covered by some of the previous speakers, but I have these few points that I need to raise. One, home builders, I think they need to be given more training so that they can be able to improve as well in their skill level and they can be able to access more job opportunities. And then also as builders need to advise people that they are working for or that they are building for so that they don't build in areas that are not suitable for erecting structures such as near rivers and so on, because when there is a disaster, then the builders then are forced sometimes to pay back the money that they would have been paid to build that particular structure. And then also the issue of tendering, where you find that the builders are exploited by those who actually get the tender. You'll find that the person who gets the tender is paid a fair amount of money by those who issued the tender, but the person who gets the tender is actually paying the builder only 400 rands for their work. And also inspectors must, coming to the issue of inspectors, I feel inspectors must also have experience in the building sector or even have certificates in that regard so that they can be able to inspect something that they know and they've been trained and they have experience and skills on. And then lastly, the issue of ex-offenders. I would like to know if they are covered by the bill, because you'll find that in some instances when they do get into the industry, some people do support them and some do not support them. I would like to know what the bill says about this. Thank you very much.
Sanibonani. Igama lami ngubongiwe uMantombela wakwamthethwa. Ngisuka ngaphansi kwaKhansela uNtombela kwaWard 7. Ngifisa ukukuzwa, okay, okokuqala kunakho konke. Ngiyawusupporta umthetho oshawa uhulumeni isichibiyelo sikahulumeni. Kodwa kukhona engifisa ukukuzwa kuwona ukuthi kuzokwenzeka kanjani. Njengokuthi nje thina siseyindaweni ezisemakhaya, even nalomthetho omdala okade usebenza asinalwazi lwawo. Okay, siyasizwa ke lesichibiyelo ngoba sisificile nathi sasibona noma singakasizwa kahle, sisafisa ukufakwa more information kulomthetho lona ngoba lokhu okula kushuthi nje kusengama highlight asikangeni ngqo kumthetho lo uhulumeni awuchibiyelayo. Okwesibili ngifisa ukucela kuhulumeni wethu. Uhulumeni wethu simsebenzelile kakhulu even nangezikhathi zikahulumeni wobandlululo kuze kufike kulesikhathi esikuso, kodwa manje usibulale siphila. Sizamile ngakho konke okusemandleni ukuimprove singabantwana sisukela sisebasha saze safika kuleli zinga esikhulu. Lo mthetho kahulumeni othi abantu aba over 35 years abasaqasheki usingcwabile siphila ngani ngoba sisebenze kanzima ukuthuthukisa amakhono ethu sinamakhono ahlukene kodwa manje awasasizi sekhosta ukuthi manje siyolinda 60 years wepension of which kuyasibulala kakhulu. Okay, ngidluleke lapho ngise kuleli point leli lalomthetho sisekelo othi useyayinyusa manje iminyaka yokuthi ukusho ukuthi ukubhekelelwa kwezindlu ukuthi indlu mayakhiwe kufanele kuze kuphele 5 years kubonakala ukuthi iyayakheke kahle isezingeni kusho ukuthi lo umnikazi wendlu uma ungakapheli u5 years usenalo ithuba lokuthi angahamba yo complain ama ukuthi indlu yakhe akegigile. Inkinga esibhekene nayo singabakhi uthola ukuthi imaterial ethengwayo njengamanje isezingeni eliphansi kakhulu ama fake material awasafana leya material yakudala uzothola ukuthi umnikazi wendlu uyafuna ukuthi umakhele indlu kodwa manje aka afford ukuthenga imaterial esezingeni lokuthi imfikise kulo 5 years the time wena mhlawumbe omunye ushodelwa imaterial imali yokuthenga imaterial agcine manje afuna ukuthi wena umakhele kanti yena ayikho imali yokuthi athenge yonke le material efunekalayo the time wena usunqaba ukuthi ngeke ukwazi ukumakhela ngoba imaterial yakhe ayiphelele usehamba usiyolanda laba abantu laba basuka emazweni angaphandle ba cheap abafani nathi futhi bona amasebenzi into ababhekeleli ukuthi izothatha isikhathi esingakanani i-guaranteed kangakanani bavele bawenze nje umsebenzi bathatha imali bayihambele emva kwalokho mase kutholakala ama mistake sekuthiwa sekubizwa wena makhi wena owawufundela lo msebenzi sekuthiwa woza uzolungisa uzowalungisa kanjani ama mistake aqala from the foundation kwakhuphuka kwayaphezulu ifoundation nje iyona sisekelo sokuqala esiguaranteed mawakhe indlu yakho the time mistake ku foundation how we come across with that mistake mase kuthiwa wozuzolungisa of which kusinikeza inkinga kakhulu nanokuthi ke umbuzo engisayibuza wona mina ukuthi at the time inspector kuthiwa kufuneka uinspector uinspector uzokhokhelwa ubani noma mhlambe ubani ofanele landa uinspector ukuthi azobona la kwakhe khona ngoba mhlambe umakhi njengathi thina bakhe abasemakhaya asinalwazi lokuthi kusebenza mhlawumbe bangcono laba basemalokishini nasemadrobheni sebe understanda kangcono ngizothi kufunakala umakhi ozochecka la uzokwakha khona athi ngizokhokhela ubani lo makhi angilapho mina ngifuna indlu kuphela ilezo nkinga esibhekana nazo singoma nanokuthi ke siyacela khulumeni wethu ukuthi asondele endaweni zasemakhaya asiphe itraining siyayidinga kakhulu si empty nje makuza ngale ndaba zama training kukhona okunye bengifisa ukubeka okay ngiyabonga
Thank you, ma.
Thank you so much. Greetings. My name is Bongiwe Mantombela Mthethwa. I am from Ward 7. I support the bill, but I would request some clarity, particularly those of us in traditional areas or rural areas. We have seen this proposed bill, but to us it's like a highlight. It's not the gist because we're not even aware of the old, rather, or even the current bill. It's unknown to us. If I may go to this issue of over 35 that don't get any assistance or any government interventions when you're 35, yet you still need contracts, you still need support, you still need growth, but government seems to forget about us when you reach that age. And I also would like to comment on the warranty years, the proposed warranty years. I hear that the bill wants to increase the years, but the problem we face as builders is that we are exposed to fake materials. Owners at times would resort to buying fake and cheap building material. So when you notify them of these cheap and fake materials, they would resort to foreign builders who will come and do the work quickly and not challenge or advise them on the material quality. But they build quickly, and when the building begins to collapse, you are then called to say, come and fix this mess. When the issue of inspector fees, inspectors, we are in the rural areas. We want to know who engages these inspectors. Those of us in the rural areas are not used to these inspectors, and we don't even know how to go about getting them on board, and who will pay for their services. We would request that government comes to rural areas to empower us with necessary information.
Thank you, Baba. Sisi with the pink T-shirt, can you wear your mask?
Ngibonge ithuba engitholayo ngibingelele ihambeli zethu amakhansela kanye nomphakathi ngusiphamandla wakazungu oqhamuka ithandazo kuward 18 odume kakhulu ngokukhahlela ibhola ngendlela ethandayo. Nami ngithe mangiza kulomhlangano njengomuntu owumakhi ukuba umakhi kwami angina qualification yakho kodwa ngisuka kude nokwakha. Engangokuthi ukwakha ngiyakwazi ngibona ngento itshikile ngilapha ngibona sikutshekile lapha. According ukusiza omakhi abaningi abanezibhiliyoni kodwa anginawo ama qualifications alokho. Okay, ngiwumakhi nje ngizoqala ngokuthi sibonge ukuthi nisilethele leyo nkulumo phakathi emphakathini, and futhi ngiyakubonga lokho kakhulu. Ngiyacela futhi niqhubeke siba bangani thina nathi. Siba bangani sihlale sikanje nisondele eduze kwethu, especially emakhaya. Emakhaya kuningi esingakwazi. Nakho ke la bengikhona abaningi sebekubekile lokho kweminyaka. Iminyaka isilimazile kakhulu. Ungafika uqede isikole uhambe uyofunda uphinde ufinekele isipiliyoni lo 35 years uphelele isipiliyoni. Esipiliyonini awusatholanga ukuthi usebenze kodwa iminyaka yakho isi above lo 35 years obeka uhulumeni wethu esimvotele. Sicela ukuba ngeke uyasilimaza so defeat sibone okunye. Siyafuna ukusebenza. Asinama qualifications, asinabo matric. Kodwa siyafuna ukuthi sithole amatoko siphile, siphilise nalabo sinengane ekubeyibheke thina manje. Okay, iphuzu lambe ukuqala bekuleyo 35 years. Njengoba nisilethele lo siyacela ukuthi nisondele emakhaya. Ngomakhe emakhaya ngiyayidinga imali. Usizo suka la ukwabeka ngomuntu uzothi uyamakhela akhale egcine ehambe yothatha umuntu angaphandle. Ngizomvimba. Lapha kumele ngifake icrushers iyabiza. Ngizowisa indle ekhaya ngithathele indlu le ngifake phansi senze iconcrete sekuyindlu at the end ungaphela 5 years iyadabuka iyawa. Mina nje umthetho uthini subeka njengoba ukhona nje manje njengoba uzoba khona sekumele ngiyokhokhela ukuwa kwale yandla. Kodwa uyena othe angenze kanje cause akaqualify ukuthenga imaterial. Okwesibili lokho. Okwesithathu sicela nisiphi training siyayidinga izicucu nathi sokuthi sikwazi ukuthi hayi nangu lo yomakhi uma bengiphikisa ngiveza izinto zethu njengomfezi oveza izicoco la ngaze nganomona ngihleli lapha. Ngicela ukubonga nje kuningi bengifisa ukusho kodwa konke bakushila bafethu ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Greetings to our guests in the house. My name is Pamandla Zulu from Ward 13. I'm popularly known for my soccer skills, but I am a builder, although without qualifications. But the expertise is definitely beyond question. We thank you for bringing government to the communities like us. We ask you not to be strangers. Let's rather be friends. So much we do not know, especially in rural areas. Let me address the issue of 35 years old. We go to school to get some grades, and thereafter we find work to get some experiences. Before you know it, you are above 35, and then you are told you're on your own. There is no help or whatsoever from government at that age. We implore government to review and revisit this age 35 issue. I am a builder in rural areas. We need your support. Also, training and skills development is highly required. Thank you. I'm covered by that.
Thank you very much. Another 10, as I've requested, that those that have spoken, please go outside and sit outside. There is a speaker, you can still hear. Allow those ones who wants to speak to come in, please.
Siyabonga kakhulu sizothatha elinye ishumi labe sebekhulumile sicela nidede labangaphandle nabafuna ukuzophawula nihlale nje la ngaphandle khona ihlalo ikhona nespeaker nizozo ukuthi kuqhubekana ngaphakathi.
So as I've indicated, we have the team from the department. Nika hambi, but all of you, now it's all of you, Mus. What's happening?
Asikwazi ukuphuma sonke, not all of us.
Yeah, those that want to speak must come inside and then
Abafisa ukuphawula abangaphandle siyacela ukuthi bangene ngaphakathi.
let's have another 10. I've indicated that we have the team from the department which will, they are going to respond on issues related to the bill.
Bakhona nabavela kwi-department iminyango ehlukahlukene abazophendula ngo kwizinto enizikhuluma ngasezothatha ishumi elilandelayo.
Number 1, councillor.
Councillor
Number
siqala
2,
ngawo.
number 3,
Size ku
number 4. I can't see number 5 here.
number 5 angamboni.
Number 5, Ubaba. Then we have number 6, number 7, number 8. Number 8, number 9, number 10 with the striped shirts.
Siqine ngo number 10 lapha ya onegqoka ishirt eli nemiqa.
3 minutes.
Sesinganikeza olandelayo, councillor.
Please, as you come in, don't speak. Don't speak as you come in.
Uthule lingakhulumi siyacela.
Sondela. Ngiyafisa ukuthatha ithuba ngibingelele ubuholi obuhambele indawo yangakithi okuyinselene phansi kwamasipala wethu uMhlathuze. Ngibingelele amakhansela endawo, amakhansela omasipala abasakhele. Ngibingelele umphakathi wethu wasenseleni kanye nendawo ezisakhele ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha. Igama lami ngokhululiwe ngwakamtshali. Ngithunyiwe iqembu leEFF ukuba ngisebenze phansi kwamasipala umhlathuze lapho engukhansela khona. Ngisukuma ke noku supporta ibill esiyethulelweyo kule ndawo namhlanje. Kwe EFF sibone ukuthi for many years our people have complained about the quality and standard of houses without any help because of the failure of the NHRBC, which appears like a cartel. This is mainly the case with the RDP houses that were built by dishonest contractors. We welcome a bill that will protect homeowners from poor quality buildings through the registration of home builders dependents on the quality standards of home building. While we welcome the strengthening of home warranty fund, the fund must not only be accessible to the rich building houses and suburbs and estates, but also to all who are building, including all townships and rural areas. We accept that this is difficult to apply the bill to temporary building structures forming part of informal settlement, shacks. However, this decision to exclude the application of the bill of structures that do not have their own bathrooms or toilets is based on misguided European misconceptions of what qualifies as building. People in rural areas build differently to those in the city, with land constraints, and therefore they do not always build homes that have attached to them a toilet and a bathroom or even a kitchen. Therefore, exclusion must be removed from the bill. For many years, the home buildings construction sectors have been continues to be dominated by few whites together with NHBC. The registration requirements appear fair, but practically implications of the strictment requires may be used to exclude extant home builders, which are mostly backup constructors. The use of the surplus of the home use of the warranty fund to finance transformation measures in the industry must clearly specify that some of the funds will be used to assist black entrants with registration, and this must be reported on annually. Failure to address clearly how the legislation will ensure that it supports the entrance of black people and black constructors and transform the industry will only serve to create a white-owned industry presented as a way to protect homeowners. Thank you much.
Ngibingelele abakhona eholo ngibingelele isivakashi zethu ngibingelele amakhansela khona ngibingelele umphakathi wonke. Igama lami nguKhuliwe Mtshali osebenza oqokelwa ukuthi asebenze eqokwa iqembu leEFF emkhandlwini wasemhlathuze. Ngiyaweseka umthetho sivivinywa kodwa ke engikubonile kuwo ukuthi kukhona udaba la lwe-NHBRC noma umkhandlu lobhekelele abakhi bezindlu la usebenza khona njengesigungu nje sabangani abanikezana umsebenzi noma abanikezana amagunya okusebenza bodwa bese bevalela ngaphandle abakhi abamnyama abasaqala umsebenzi noma abasafufusa. Siyawamukela ke umthetho sivivinywa ngoba uvikela abanikazi bezindlu. Futhi ngicabanga ukuthi ke lo mthetho sivivinywa ufuneka ubuye ubheke bandla nezindawo ezifana indawo zasemalokishini, indawo zasemakhaya noma indawo lapho ekusuke khona kwakhiwe imkhukhu. Futhi ngicabanga ukuthi umthetho osivivinywa ufuneka ubuye ubheke phela udaba lokwakhiwa noma isakhiwo esithathwa njengendlu ngendlela eAfrica hayi yasentshonalanga noma yaseEurope lapha kwaziwa khona ukuthi indawo eyindlu ufanele ukuthi ibe nendawo yangasese noma i-toilet nendawo yokugeza noma lokho bathi i-bathroom ukuba ngaphakathi ngoba phela indawo zasemakhaya lezo zinto zibe ngaphandle. Ngakho lokhu kufanele ukuthi umthetho osivivinywa ukubhekisise kakhulu ngoba nokungahambisani nendlela zabantu abamnyama abahlala endaweni kakhulukazi esemakhaya abakha ngayo. Bese kuzoba ke futhi iloku kokuhlanganyela kwabamhlophe abawusonkontraka othola ukuthi yibo kuphela abathola imisebenzi, othola ukuthi yibo futhi abagcina bexhaphaza osonkontraka abasafufusa noma abasaqala uma ngabe beqala bethola imisebenzi babanikeze imali ezincane ezingabakhulisi labo sonkontraka futhi nabo sonkontraka kufanele abanikezwe amakhono nokusekelwa ukuze bakwazi ukuthi nabo bathuthuke bagcine sebekwazi bathola imisebenzi emikhulu. Sengigcina ke ngicela ukuthi futhi ngiphinde ngikhulume ngodaba le warranty fund noma lokho abathi ke isikhwama sokuqinisekisa ukuthi kufanele kacaciswe lapha ukuthi lesi sikhwama sibhekelele kakhulukazi abamnyama kanye nosokontraka abamnyama ukuze kwazi ukuthi ke umthetho sivivinyo ubhekelele nawo wonke umuntu othintekayo omnyama ikakhulukazi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you.
Okay. Ngibingelele ivakashi zethu, ngibingelele ubukhosi bakaKhoza obungekho mhlambe phakathi kwethu, ngibingelele wonke amakhansela nabo bonke abantu ngezikhundla zabo. Igama lami ngukhansela uSimphiwe Gumede, ngibekwe lapha eMhlathuze. First of all, I would like to say I appreciate the bill. I think it's a bill we've been waiting for a long time, especially for our communities. So, ebengizocela nje kakhulu ukuthi this public participation program not only igcina la kuphela, but even to our very deep communities, so that we all have the information. But otherwise, the bill is good. It's relevant for us all. I would also make a suggestion, Chairperson of the meeting today, that maybe the program to be progressive, kakhulu, we need maybe 2 days of this. Maybe the first day we get the document and we go through it as the community. Sikwazi ukuthi si advance into esesifundile kahle ngayizolo mhlambe sayichazeleka kwathi la sinembuzo khona, and then the next day we come back and we engage on the documents and we come back and we approve or disapprove of the document. But otherwise the document is fine. Also agree with what Councillor Mjali had been saying. We would like that our people be advanced in the nature of trainings, because our people most probably cannot afford to be trained in skills. So that everyone has equal opportunity to apply when there are jobs needed presented in emphakathini yethu. But siyabonga kakhulu that you've spent this time to come and engage us on this bill. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. I would like to recognize the Khoza Royal House who are with us, and also recognize all the other councillors who are here and all protocols observed. I am Councillor Gumede. I also appreciate the deal. I feel it is ngiyahambisana nomthetho sivivinyo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi futhi ke sesiside isikhathi ulindele njengomphakathi. Ngiyacabanga futhi nanokuthi kubalekile ukuthi inhlelo lezi zokubamba iqhaza komphakathi lokabathi public participation program kukwazi ukuthi kululwe kusabalale kuze kufike ngisho naseyindaweni eziphakathi impela emakhaya, ukuze abantu babe nokuqonda ukugcwele ngalomthetho sivivinyo. Futhi benginesiphakamiso la sokuthi mhlambe uhlelo lokuxhumana nomphakathi njengoba kwenziwa namuhla lube olweyinsuku ezimbili, lapho usuku lokuqala kuzoba usuku lapho njengomphakathi sobe sibheke khona umthetho sivivinyo, sikwazi ukuthi siucubungule sibheke amaphuzu asithinta ngaphakathi, bese kuthi ngosuku lesibili sifike ke sophawula ukuthi siyahambisana noma sihambisana nomthetho sivivinyo, futhi ke sikwazi ukuthi sixoxe nanezindaba mhlawumbe esikade sizitholile ezithinta thina njengomphakathi ngawo umthetho sivivinyo. Ngiyavumelana ke nekhansela ekade likhuluma la phambilini ukuthi udaba lokuqeqeshwa kwabantu impela libalekile, ngoba kubalekile ukuthi abantu bangagcini nje ukuthi baqeqeshwe bangabe beya ema-TVET kodwa kube nezinye iy'nhlelo ezengeziwe lapho abantu bezoqeqeshwa khona ukuze kukwazi ukuthi kulethwe imisebenzi edingekayo nontulekayo kakhulu la emphakathini esiphuma kuyo. Ngiyabonga.
Yebo baba.
Sanibonani, ngicela ukubingelela kubuholi obusokwe department ozivakashele, ubuholi ba local amakhansela, umasipala nobukhosi basendaweni nomphakathi wonkana. Okhulumayo usiyabonga waGumede ngisuka eMfolozi College Engineering Department civil engineering to be specific. We under King Cetshwayo, we are the only college offering programs are construction professionally. Sebekhulumile abaphambi kwami ngizwile abaningi ababekhale ngezinto. You find that the college is offering is there more than just a training institute, but also an information hub. We offer a lot of solutions to a lot of problems that people have, and we are there. We are always open to assist. With bill, I just want to say we accept the bill and the siyayipasisa. Esingakufisa nje ukubona kwenzeka is that when it comes to our inspectors, we feel ukuthi our students who come from our college don't get a lot of opportunities. So what we'd love to see is that the department offers programs like bursaries, internships, and apprenticeship to those students, so that the public as well can be ingakhuthazeka in a way to via through our colleges to try and solve those problems. As amanye seswazile nje ngizwe izinto ezithinta health and safety, we do offer those things. Sizwe izinto eziphatha ngokuthi umuntu une experience kodwa akanayo certificate. We do have programs for those people. The colleges are there, but inkinga ifike benkulu ukubona ama students ethu who come from colleges stranded, esesebenza eshintsha umkhakha, umuntu umfice esesebenza esitolo, umuntu with a full NCV level 4 in construction. That person une information eningabi, which might just end up going to waste. So ukubona ke lokho kwenzeka, you find the public ingakhuthazeki indaba ama colleges. The colleges are there. We are at Esikhaweni, we are at Nkandla, we are at Richards Bay Central. We've got colleges up to Pambanana. Under King Cetshwayo, ama region amaningi sesikhona. We are there, and we are willing to assist the public ngazo zonke lezi zinto. But into enkulu kakhulu ileyo ukuthi ama students ethu mayiphuma aphuma aba stranded. You find that inspectors are people who have degrees. Even I myself with a degree in construction, I know that there is not enough practicals that we get from universities. So we see a lot of these things happening in TVET colleges. Those students have a lot of practicals more than theory. But after umuntu no level 4, after umuntu no N6, myself stranded. Obviously, the public won't see indlela via trauma college as a solution to our problems. So we just wish that the department can consider programs that will also exhaust our students as the TVET sector. Kungabe ukuthi ku prioritize people from universities only. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
You know, Baba, there is a NHPRC there, that the gentleman with the blue jersey, and then there is a department. I want you to have a conversation with them so that they must take your details. They will then start to work with you with their developmental program. So, yeah.
Holders laphaya esengilele kuwo ukuze kuzokwakhiwa uhlelo nomhlahlandlela oya phambili. To the interpretation, greetings to our leaders visiting, our local leadership, including our traditional leaders. My name is Siabonga Gumede from Umfolozi College. I come from the engineering department in King Cetshwayo. We are the only institution offering engineering and building related courses. We accept the bill. However, we feel that our graduates don't get enough opportunities, even with employment options. So we feel that government should assist with offering bursaries so that some of them would feed up the necessary skill space that is needed even to become inspectors. And we have a fair representation in our area in terms of our colleges. We are in Eskawini, we are in Kandla, we're in Pambanana. We are well represented in various regions. We are so capable and so ready to assist the communities. Most of our graduates, they are not absorbed into the industry and they remain stranded. So that's not a good encouragement to others to go to school and get certification when they see others who've been through that process, but they remain unemployed. We therefore implore government to please partner even with TVET colleges, not only universities, just to address these needs. Thank you.
No, that guy from, yes. Before the Ubaba, the gentleman who was here from the college, there were two men who said they've got the skills but they don't have qualification here. Uzwane and Hlongwane. Please see them and then advise them what they must do before they leave this hall, because it might take time for them to reach to the college. But if you are here, please assist them and advise them what they must do to register to get certificates.
Baba Kumete wena uphume college cela usize ubaba fana noZwane ade bekhuluma la bethi bayakwazi bona ukusebenza kodwa banazi impepho. Sicela ubasize ke nje ubukhona ukuthi college ngabasiza kanjani abantu abanjalo ngoba baningi. Mhlambe ngathatha iside isikhathi ukuthi bafike college la khona ngoba ukhona sicela ungenelele usize.
Maybe we should get your table outside there, and then as the people comes here, we'll send them to you. And the two are outside.
Kwangazuthi ungaba netafula nje lapha ngaphandle ukuze uma bephuma baqonde ngqo kuwe ukuthola usizo lwakho. Siyacela.
Baba.
Sanbonani. Ngingimuzi Madonsela. Oqhamuke wathena emthonjeni. Ngikhaliswa u6.4 wale bill lapho othi khona the state laws advisors are of the opinion that it is not necessary to refer this bill to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders in terms of Section 39. Into engikhathazayo ngalokho ukuthi ngelinye ilanga uhulumeni uzo awada itender enkampanini eregistile einhlakeni kahulumeni ukuthi yokhanda izindlu kuma rural communities. If usiyenza iphutha izobisibulele abantu bakabani ngoba abantu baseyindaweni zasemakhaya babhekwe kakhulu amakhosi. Futhi ngibuye ngikhale ngakho ngoba mawubuka ngisho sezakhiwe kuzoba ncisha nethuba lokuthola i-benefit kwi-warranty fund etholakala lapha ku chapter 535 Roman figure 1 le speaker ekhuluma ngokuthi the home warranty fund established in terms of the Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act continues to exist for the purpose of payment claims submitted by a housing consumer contemplated in section 42, where a home builder or a developer, as the case may be, fails to unable to meet his or her obligations in terms of this act. Kulokhu kuzobavimba manje bengikhala ukuthi nangendlela nje makukhulunywa ngeconsumer i-terminology esetshenzisiwe kakhulu isuke yagxila kakhulu kubantu aba-affordayo ukuthenga. Angithi umuntu uma yiconsumer uqale abhaye noma ngaba yi-beneficiary kababa kodwa uma ebhayi eyithengile leyo I'm still a consumer. Therefore i-front page mhlambe uma ubingathi yona Home Owners Protection Bill ibingakwazi ukuthi ibabhanqe bonke abantu ukuze bengabe bikho umuntu osidelinekayo uma benefit kahulumeni. Ngiyabonga.
But you have not indicated whether you support or reject.
Shongo baba ukuthi uyawusekela noma uyawuchitha umthethosivivinyo na?
Ngiyawuchitha.
I reject the bill. My name is Muzi Matonsela from Ward 10. My worry is section 6.4. My concern there is that one day government will award a housing tender to a company to go build in rural areas. But I'm concerned, deeply concerned that will they also get the warranty benefit as stipulated in the proposed bill when they are in the rural areas? And also on the first page of the purpose of the bill, the terminology used there is misguiding or misleading. Because the word consumer is more about people with ability to spend. But maybe if we had altered the word consumer to a word like homeowner or abanikazi bezindlu, that would have brought a different narrative and a different dimension to this. Thank you.
Sukuma nokubingelela mina ngusizwe kaMpanza from Ward 7 eTsheni ebengifisa ukukwazi lapha kuhulumeni wethu ama office kamasipala isikhathi esiningi kunabantu osonkontract bakhona abaqashiwe ongabona abendawo yala othothi bafika lapha bezothatha abantu ongamazi ngisho umqashwa wakho uthi ungwakabani kodwa wena ekubeni ukusebenza phansi kwakhe. Ngushiso yinalokho ngushiso nganoba kwanami nje ngeke ngasebenza phansi kwenkontract ephansi kwekhincetshwayo ngisebenza as plumbing ngisebenzela umfolozi ulokhuzana ngisebenzela umfolozi kube umlalazi kube umthonjaneni ngisebenza bona ngisiza umphakathi emanzini ulokhuzane umqashi wami ngathi wagcina engithatha wasuka Nyamalala amathi yamfonela ucingo lwakhe ngilula sebanjwe inkosikazi uma ngithi yakomasipala ngibe nenkingi ngani ngoba ngithe ngiwenza lo msebenzi kuthe sekufanele kushintshe ama video njengoba kade kuvotwa nje kwase kuba nenkinga ukuthi sesibalekeleka thina esikhona lapha esikade senza phansi kwakhe satholi ngisho imiholo yethu okumele ngasayithola from November until now singayithola imiholo yethu ngokuthini ukuthi umuntu obethathiwe wazongena kwi-contract yakuphi yala ekhingcetshwayo akusiyo wala owase Potchefstroom mawuthi uyakhuluma naye uyashaya ucingo selibanjwe unkosikazi engifisa ukuthi umasipala asenzele khona bakithi njengoba sikhona silase umphakathi sicela azame ukuthi yonke into ayenzela umphakathi ebe khona umuntu owomphakathi ozoba phakathi kuleyo nto leyo yenziwayo ngoba uyena owazi indawo yakhe nabantu ngendlela abaphila ngayo ngoba makuzothathiwa umuntu wakude kwelinye izwe kuthiwa akazobheka abantu balapha akabazi abantu balapha baphila kanjani akazi ukuthi futhi ilokhuzane yabo ilokhuzane inhlalo yabo bahlala kanjani manje ke ikhona kwesicelayo nokunye futhi lokhu kwama skills siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni axhumane namakhansela ethu eindawo ukuthi azame ucreate indawo lapha okuzoba khona kwazi ukuthi abantu bayafundela ngani ngoba njengamanje nje uhulumeni uthe suka wasuka wakhipha labo 350 lapha abangezikumsiza ngalutho umuntu onomuzi onezingane labo 350 mhlambe ukuba uhulumeni bathathile wazama ukuthi isigodi nesigodi akhe indawo ezokwazi ukuthi ifundise laba bantu laba abashoda ama skills benganjalo kungathi mangene meeting khala ngabantu ukuthi asinawo ama skills uhulumeni akasilethela ama skills baningi abantu bangoplumber abanye bakwazi ukuplumber bazi bricklaying abanye bazo welding abanye bazo fitting obola making abanawo ini amalokhuzana ama trade ngokuthi mawuthi yalapha kulezi ndawo kufundelwa kuzona bafike beshe imali emodern enkulu kakhulu mhlambe utshele ukuthi ngabo 20,000 ungena ngisho ke nje eyokuthi ke ugibelwe lapha neofficer lapha neBay manje siyacela ukuthi bekubhekisise ukuthi ezintweni ezenzekalayo ake kungabi abantu bakwezinye indawo abafika bezorula indawo zabantu bala ngoba mawubhekisisa izinto eziningi sesirulwa thina abantu bangaphandle ngoba even nabo abantu bakithi laba abaqashwe kusonkontraka abanye osonkontraka bakithi abanye sebebethi noma bethola imisebenzi abasabafuni abantu bala bathi sifuna abantu bangaphandle nganoba bacheap yindaba na nganoba thina sike sibuza ukuthi uma silapha siyazi ukuthi mawuzonginikeza imali engeze ukwazi ukuthi mhlambe ngikwazi ngiphilisa umndeni wami yini engizoyisebenzela okunye futhi nakhona uhulumeni akezama ukuthi mhlambe uma ethole osonkontraka laba basaphayo laba bakithi makuthi unomsebenzi lapha akezama ukulandela ukuthi lo muntu lona okuyena amnikeze icontract ubaphatha kanjani abasebenzi bakhe ngoba kwesinye isikhathi uthola ukuthi lo muntu unikezwe ithenda uyalokhuza bayasebenza abantu emva kwalokho abantu abatholi lutho yena mbona nje kwaphela umuntu wakhe yaphambili uhamba ngemoto eziphezulu ngoba uyena abantu basapho yena kumele aholela abantu lokho ethe nje abantu hayi imali ngizoyithola abantu abazi ukuthi kanjani uhulumeni siyacela ukuthi angenelele ekuthenini uma umuntu emnikeza incontract athi ke okay wena sinikeza icontract labantu abazosapha kuwena sicela ukuthi ubalandele ukuthi abantu okuyibona abasebenza phansi kwabo bayathola umvuzo owanele ozokwazi ukuphilisa emndeni yabo ngani ngoba into esibukayo bakhala ngamalokhuzane nje ngeke ngikwazi mhlawumbe ukuthi ngoba uyabona umuntu kusebenze kuyakutshela ukuthi kuzophela inyanga embili awuholile akutshela ukuthi umasipala akayifakile lo imali ngani ngoba uzothi mawuthenga umasipala ethi hey thina sikhuluma nabantu uyena umuntu ambhekile umuntu amqashile manje siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni lezi zinto lezi ziyasilimaza nganoba bagcina abantu bekhala ethi ngubheclayer angikwazi nokuthi ngibe nelokhu nesitifiketi sebheclaying ngoba akakwazi nale mali ayithola lapha kwibheclaying ngoba esebenza nje akakwazi ukuthi akwazi naye ukuthi ayihamba ayofundela le bheclaying eyifundeleke yena manje siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni asichase akwazi ukuthi abambisane nathi abambisane namakhansela ukuze sikwazi ukuthi yonke into nathi sihlale sijabulile ngohulumeni wethu ngiyabonga
Thank you. Baba, hamba ubhalisa lapha.
Especially implement yomqashi.
Thank you. Greetings to everybody. My name is Sizwe Mpanza. I have a couple of issues that I would like to raise. The first one being that the municipal offices appoint or give contracts to people that we do not know. And as a result, these people are not then held accountable if there's anything that is amiss in terms of their operations. I have worked in a number of areas, including Umfolozi, Umlalazi, and Mtonjaneni as a plumber. And I worked for these people only to find that in some instances I ended up not getting paid. And then there was no way of tracing these people to actually make sure that I did get the payment that I deserve as a person who had done the work. And also, you'll find that people coming from as far as Potchefstroom are the ones who actually get contracts to come and work in our area as contractors. And when it's time for them to pay, they disappear, and then when you call them, you find that they don't even answer their phones. Sometimes their wives will be answering the phone and tell you that they are not around or they are busy. I would also like to suggest that there is community involvement in terms of the contracted or the contractual work that is being done or provided in our communities, so that these people who are from the community can be able to guide the contractor in terms of things that they can or cannot do and the manner in which they can conduct their business in those areas. And also the government needs to work with councillors, because I believe that the 350 rand grant is really not sufficient to be able to provide for your families. Maybe if these funds can be redirected towards skills development, like skills like plumbing, bricklaying, etc., so that at least people can be able to get skills that they can use to supplement this 350 and be able to take care of their families. And also, you'll find that many people who get contracts, I would like to suggest that many people that get contracts to work in our area be able to be local people who will then hire our own people to get these jobs, because you'll find that these external contractors sometimes refuse to hire people who are from around the area. And then also we need to have a monitoring system whereby contractors will be monitored in terms of how they treat their workers and how they also pay their workers, because you'll find that a contractor gets the contract and they don't pay their workers, but you'll see them driving in nice fancy cars. Their houses are also up to a good quality, but then their workers, on the other hand, who do the work are struggling. And also, I think the monitoring should also look at the issue of ensuring that the workers who work for these contractors are paid fairly in terms of remuneration. Thank you.
Come, Baba.
Ngizothatha ithuba ngibingelela ubuholi obukhona la okusivakashele endaweni yaseNseleni. Igama lami ngoAndile Nxumalo, ngisuka eSikhaweni 115. Cha, mina ngizoxela kakhulu la ku session 3 engibone kukhulunywa ngendaba yokuregister. Ukuthi ngoba kuthiwa asiregister. Ukuregister lokho kumahala, noma uregister kumalini. And kuthatha isikhathi esingakanani u-expire ngoba phela niParliament nifuna imali ngoba nilanani. And ngibuza ukuthi ngoba mangirejistile njengobhida, ngoba ngobhida ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngifake necustomer lami phakathi likwazi nalo ukuthi makuthi khona engikwenzile liclaim ngami, nami makuthi liyahluleka ukungikhokhela ngikwazi ukuclaim. Uyakwazi futhi ukuqala ukuthi mawurejistile umuntu uyakwazi ukumqalela ukuthi ngizokusebenza isikhathi esingaka, ngizofuna imali yami isikhathi esingaka, mawuhluleka ukungikhokhela njengobhida ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngihambe ngiyokubopha or ngiye kubaphathi bami labengiregister kubona. Ngiphinde ngibuza ukuthi uma usuregistile uphinde futhi uyifunele wena umsebenzi kubantu, noma niyakwazi ukungisiza ngithola umsebenzi. Ayi ngicela ukuma lapho yabo.
Thank you, Baba.
I would like to take this opportunity to greet all our leadership in our midst. My name is Andile Nxumalo, I'm from Enseleni. My inputs are from section 3. I realize that we are now expected to register. So, but I would need to know is that when I register, is it gonna be free for me to register? What's the cost? How much is that registration? How long does that registration even process goes? Can I register my customer? Can I register on behalf of my customer? And what is the duration and the time frames of the entire registration process? My last question is that when I have registered as a builder, because I am a builder, when I have registered as a builder, will I then be getting jobs from that database, or I will register and still have to find my own job? Thank you.
You're right. Mbingelele iParliamente ikhulu ekhona nabo bonke abasihambene. Igama lami uErnest Wakamyeni ngisuke Ward 18 ngilana as a ward committee member ngiphinde futhi njengo bricklayer. Ngomunye mhlawumbe onazo wathola itraining kwa bricklaying. Eyayihlanganisa bricklaying, health and safety, first aid and scaffolding. Okwami mhlambe engifuna ukubeka ohlakeni lozothatha ikhalazo noma umbono ozokucutshungeliwe. Kunenkinga ekhona komakhi njengoba bekhona nje abatrainiwe nabangatrainwanga. Ubhuti lo wadela uthi usuka college trainer o bricklayer, kodwa inkinga esinayo akuyithi sonke esitrainwa ema college. Abanye bethu babe trainer mhlawumbe njengami nje ngangithole uchaso from uThungulu district okuse uThungulu by then osoyikhingcetshwayo, kodwa ama trainings ethu siwatholayo suke besebenzisa ama agent asuke sitrainer, ngazi noma bazothi ama agent noma ngama facilitator yini asuke besitrainer, sithola ama short courses mhlawumbe 3 weeks 4 weeks. Abanye bethu mhlawumbe ngiyabonga nje nakhona sibonga ukuthi kuqalwe ngokubizwa bona omakhe kuqala bese sondele la ngaphambi kokuba kuye emakhaya kuzofuneka abantu abazofunda ukwakha, ngoba into ibiyenzeka kuqala ubuthathwa nje ukuthi nje ngoba kune stipend ufuna ukuzohola ugcina usuzile nento ozokuyoyifunda ungogcina ungayizwanga. Ngomunye wabo nami kodwa ke mina ngangiyithandile, kodwa ngangakaze ngilibambe ngitrofol, kodwa ngaleyo program ngakwazi ukubamba itrofol namanje ngiyakwazi ukuyiqala indlu ngiyikhanda. Kodwa ngiyazazi training yami yayingekho proper, namanje ngiyayazi ukuthi njengoba besho nje bafowethu bethi izinto ezikhanda umuntu one certificate ziyagoba. Yikho lo mhlawumbe nama training esiwatholayo asongekho properly ukuthi mhlawumbe into esiyenzayo ingaba nje into eyenziwa njengomuntu oyiprofessional. Besingacela ke mhlawumbe ukuthi uhulumeni kungagcini la namhlanje njengoba sibashilo son contract nomakhi emakhaya sibashilo ukuthi bebengakazi kahle. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi simobilize sibazise nathi emakhaya ngalokho. Ebese sicela futhi oson contract uyibona abathola imisebenzi yokwakha komasipala. Ibona kakhulu abezi certificate zezingasebenzi. Abasiqashi bathi sine certificate sifuna imali enkulu. Akukho la uqashwa khona, ngikhona nje mhlawumbe sengisebenze once ngaso. La ke ngisebenze khona kufanele ngize ngisiveze ngoba ngaziveza bese awuthola umsebenzi. Siyacela ke lokho ukuthi mabe sebe register futhi omakhi akube nendlela abazokwaziwa ngayo nabathola imisebenzi abaqashe omakhi abaregistiwe na kuyibona abafanele. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to all our guests and our leadership in the house. I am Mr. Mnyeni from Ward 18. I'm a ward committee member and a bricklayer by trade. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the training program that was done here by our local municipality, where I was trained on bricklaying, first aid, and some health and safety. So we do have some of this of builders that could not go through formal training like the speaker from the college. So they haven't been to such kind of training institutions. But I would like to bring the attention of government that they should relook and reconsider the stipend-driven kind of training, because it normally attracts all kinds of people, sometimes who got no interest into the sector, but simply because they want an income, there is a stipend, so they get involved in the program. After the program, they're sitting with those qualifications, but they won't pursue a career because they were there for nothing else but the stipend. So we therefore ask government to help us mobilize local contractors and especially those of us with certificates. Sometimes we get disadvantaged. There is a building project or there is a construction, you show your certificate, they disadvantage you. It disadvantages you in the sense that they won't hire you again. They will go for those without certification. So please, we need your assistance in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me remind you that we're dealing with the bill and request that you should indicate whether you support the bill or you reject the bill.
Sibonge kakhulu, bengicela ukuthi nginikhumbuze ukuthi sikhuluma ngomthetho osivivinywa lapha, ngakho ke ngizocela ukuthi nisho ukuthi niyaweseka noma niyawuchitha yini umthetho osivivinywa. Ngiyabonga.
Ngizosukuma nokubingelela iParliament kanye nomphakathi. Lona okhulumayo usikhulu ngwakwandemande ngisuka eMthojaneni ku Ward 5 ngaphansi kababa uKhansela uMichael Crocodile Khuzwayo. Cha ibhili ngiyayeseka kakhulu ibhili kaHulumeni esakinayo ukuthini. Ngizohlala lapha na ku chapter 3 la sikhuluma khona ngokuregister kwenkampani. Uhulumeni siyamuzwa uyasitshela ukuba kufanele ube inkampani thina njengo builder ama home builder sikhona ukuregister izinkampani zethu. Engifisa ukwazi ukuthi ngizoregister kanjani inkampani ekubeni ngingenaso isicucu sengigunyazayo ukuthi mina ngingumakhi ngihome builder mina. Bengifisa ukuthi uhulumeni lapho abe nendlela yokuthi asilethele asondezele indlela zokutraineka emakhaya lapha esikhona nabo i-training yethu kungabi le training avamise ukuthi ayilethe emakhaya ngoba emakhaya uhulumeni uvamise ukuthi alethe ama-training kodwa ama-training kube lama training azofunda kuthiwa asifeli umuntu ofikile khona uzohamba nesicucu. Ngakho ke mina mase ngifikile lapha ngizotraina ngizoya lapha nje ngokwazi ukuthi ngilandele lesicucu not ukuthi ngiyofuna ulwazi luthile ngalento engifuna ukuyenza noma uwakha ibricklaying ongabe yini uhlobo lesikile engilifunayo. Sibesifisa ukuthi uhulumeni lapho nje asisondezele ama training sikwazi ukutraina ebese mase sitrainile ke lapho uhulumeni ebese engaqheluka eduze kwethu kube yithina impela futhi azosondeza eduzeni esimayiletha ama project emakhaya noma eletha noma ubuhlobo lune project asondele kuthina bo bricklayer bo home builder esitrainwe nguye ukuze sikhone phela ukugaina lesi sipiliyoni sithi mase siyafika endaweni thizeni kuthiwa sifunakala isipiliyoni ngizothola icertificate ngoJanuary ngifike enkampanini ngithi ngifuna umsebenzi ngitshela ukuthi ufunakala isipiliyoni sika 7 years ngizosithatha isipiliyoni sika 7 years ekubeni mina umsebenzi futhi ngawutholile mina njengo home build. Bengifisa ukuthi uhulumeni nje lokho kube kuningi ukuthi akubheke kube izinto nje ezihlala emqondweni wakho ukuthi okay sengimtrainile umuntu wami ke yebo uphasile okay mina njengamanje kungukuthi mina ngumnikeze indlela yokuthi asebenze ukuze again isipiliyoni esidingwa uhulumeni. Lana ke ekwakheni yebo singomakhe njengoba ngikhuluma nje mina nguyena omunye wabo ubricklayer ongenaso icertificate kodwa osenezindlu ayikhandile ezihlala abantu. Isifethi uma sengiyakhile indlu ngiyebo ke bengifisa ake ngikhulume ngesikhwama lesi okuthiwa yini iwarrant cancel lesi uhulumeni nathi usikhiphile esichasa abantu mhlasimbe umakhelwa ukuthi mina njengobuilder yebo ke sengikhandile indlu mhlasimbe yomuntu sekufika mhlawumbe emaphethelweni angisakhona ukukhokheleka mina njengobhildi umuntu obengiqashile ukuthi ngikhandele indlu mina ngabe lesi sikhwama siyangifaka yimi naphakathi njengobhildi ukuthi okay sengikhandile lapha ngisebenzile angisakhokhelekanga nginalo ilungelo lokuya lapha na kwawarranty kwisikhwama iwarranty cancel lena ngiyoklema kuhulumeni sengikhandele usibani umuzi kanje kwakwenza kanjena njengamanje mina angisakhokhelekile ngibengifisa ukuthi lapho ngichazele ukuthi ngabe mina njengobhilder nginalo yini ilungelo lokuya kuleso sikhwama leso. Yebo ke sengikhandile ke indlu ke ikhandiwe indlu njengoba siyafika siyabona ukuthi imikhaso iyangena emakhaya enze ama RDP yebo umuntu oregistile umnikazi wenkampani uthi yafika mhlasimbe umuntu thina esikhona emakhaya asuthola umsebenzi kufika umuntu ukutshela ukuthi ngaye ngisuka ePortshepstone ngisuka kwaMaphumulo ufika nenkampani yakhe inkampani yafika lapha izosebenza singo bricklayer sikhona emakhaya izofika no bricklayer abawu10 bayo bricklayer la emakhaya ayizokuqasha ngisho noyedwa bricklayer umuntu uyasondela eduze kwalo bricklayer o bricklayer lapho khandalana uyamthola icertificate naye akanaso sokwakha kodwa manje thina isikhona lemakhaya asiqashekile futhi sihleli ngakho ukuthi certificate ngoba singenazo besifisa ke nje ukuthi uhulumeni akasondele kuthenini nje thina intsha thina omakhaba ngathi omakhaba safufusa kube khona indlela yokuthi mhlasimbe engenza kanjani ukuze nathi sikhona ukuthi sifake sicoshe ikati eziko ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much. There is a table outside there, Baba. There is a table outside of NHBRC. As you move, go to that table, they will explain further and then you learn a lot from them outside there.
Kunetafula labaka NHBRC elapha ngaphandle nakhona ungafika uthola eminye imininingwane ngaloko bokhuluma ngako mhlawumbe ungathola nosizakala becela ukuthi udlule khona. Greetings to everybody in the house. I'm Mr. Ndimande from Ward 5, Mtonjaneni, under Councillor Kuzwayo. My issue pertains to Chapter 3 of the bill, where we are expected to register as home builders. However, how are you expected to register if you do not have any certification? We urge the government to conduct meaningful training and empower us with skills that are going to be useful in terms of how we conduct our business, particularly as bricklayers. We believe that, I believe that training should, this training should be focused on bricklayers and others in the same space, particularly so that they can be able to gain useful skills that they can be able to use in their trade. And also the issue of experience. I believe that this issue is also putting us at a disadvantage because as bricklayers who are emerging in small, we do not have the requisite experience to get contracts or work where they require a certain amount of experience from those who can be awarded the contract. Also, we would like to also be provided with support so that we can also be able to access jobs once we are registered, because it's pointless for us to register and not be able to be assisted to get jobs as bricklayers. I also don't have certification, but I have built houses that are still standing today, and there are people living in those houses. So I would like to know how am I covered in terms of the warranty fund? Does it cover me, for example, if I'm not paid by the client that I've built a house for? What rights do I have under this fund? And then also the issue of people who get work in our areas, for example, coming from Port Shepstone, who will come with their own bricklayers, maybe about 10 of them. And when you check on these bricklayers, you find that they do not have any certification like myself. I would like the government to actually come in and open up more opportunities for us to be able to get work. Thank you.
Sanibona nonke ngokuhlonipheka kwenu ngekhundla zenini nonke. Okhulumayo uSibuka kaNtuli wala kwaMbonambe Ward 5. Noma bengingekho kwi-workshop yale bill lena, kodwa nginembuzo nyana emncane bengingakayi understand ngokuthi njengoba le bill lena introduciwe bengingakayifundi yonke, kodwa thina njengabantu abaka renovation siyacoverisheka ngokuthi umuntu akhe indlu ungakapheli 5 years njengalezi ezayo ama-RDP houses, ungakapheli 5 years ngifike mina ethi hayi mfana ngifuna ungifakele icapha ze-aluminium amawindi nani kube ukuthi indlu yakhe isinama cracks, mina ngizokwenza lezo zinto lezo. Le bill yenu because it seems like i-insurance ngokwami i-insurance ikavarisha umnikazi womuzi, mina sengimenzelile umsebenzi wathi hayi mfana sekuya cracker laphana, umuntu ozoba held accountable for lento eseyenzakalayo before lo 5 years, is it the previous builder umuntu obenikezwe i-contract yokuthi akhe le ndlu lena, noma mina njengomuntu osefikile before lo 5 years lona ukuthi ngizomrenovatela? So ilokho bengaka understand okuncane ukuthi who does it really cover and ubani othatha i-responsibility yokuthi cha ngoba iyenziwe ikhampani yalo nayi company ezodiscreditwa noma wena njengomuntu obuzo maintainer so discredita icompany yakho because akukho ukukhokhelwa okungenayo ini. There's no action without a reaction. So ngeke uhulumeni akhokhe without ukwazi ukuthi iyiphi company adiyenza lento lena, and that company has to be held accountable. So kuzoba iyiphi company between the two, I main contractor dikhanda noma mina engizo renovate. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Ibill angaze ngiyifunde, so okwamanje ngingathi ngiyayisupport.
Greetings to everyone, all protocols observed. My name is Buntuli from Ward 5, Kwambonambi. I was not fortunate enough to attend the workshop, but I still have a few questions that I would like to ask. I'm speaking from the sector of renovations, where we renovate houses that have been built by other builders. You find that, for example, what is the bill saying in terms of the 5-year span? Where a house has been built and it's before 5 years, and you are asked as a renovator to come in and renovate, for example, to install new doors, aluminum windows, and so on. And you find that this house is already showing structural deformities like cracks on the walls and so on. Who is then liable? I think the bill is some form of an insurance for government to not to take those who had built the house to task and then to leave the blame with us as renovators. For example, in mostly RDP houses, when people want to do some renovation work, you'll find that there is a dilemma because now we don't know who is liable. The renovator who is being asked to renovate this house, which had existing structural deformities, or the builder who had built the house with the structural deformities. So government must then clarify how do we then go about holding the contractor who had built the house accountable for their shoddy work. Thank you. And also, since I have not read the bill, I just would like to say I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last 10. Let's see the last 10. Those who want to speak on the bill.
Yeah, abayishumi bokugcina basafisa ukuthi bakhulume.
One. Come. 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you repeating? If you have spoken, please don't come and don't repeat. Don't come again. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Babawa stripe. But I've even combed you last time. Where were you? How many are there? Huh? 8. Where's the 9? The last 10, we're closing. Baba, yeah, come. Go there. And you, number 11, yes? These are the last hands.
Laba ke abayishumi sekwabokugcina nje.
I'm closing because I don't want anybody to say that I was not allowed to speak.
Ngisengizovala kodwa ke angifuni ukuthi kuthiwe angivumelanga abantu ukuthi bathole ithuba lokukhuluma.
And those that have issues around housing, you can go to the table and register those issues.
Labo ke abanezinto mhlawumbe abafisa ukuthi bazibeke eziphathelana neindaba zezindlu, socela ukuthi baye kulela tafula bafike babhalise khona.
This is the last 11 people that are going to speak.
Labantu abayishumi nanye abalapha ke bona bazokhuluma abokugcina nje.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Please don't forget to support or reject the bill.
Sicela ukuthi ngakhohlwa ukusho ukuthi nisho ukuthi niyayeseka noma anweseki yini umthethosivivinyo.
Bingelele Minister of Human Settlement angazi noma iParliament lonke nje walila.
Chairperson, I'm not the minister.
Okay. No uthi nami ngisuke ngalethi kodwa ngithi nje cela ukunibingelela nonke enikhona. Cha umthetho lo enubekile ubukeka ngathi unamuhle. Ngiyawuncoma kodwa ke umbuzo wami wodwa ke ukuthi nina ke nizoqinisekisa kanjani ngoba ngibona ngathi uzocover mhlasimbe ama projects of which ongama commercial projects right uma usukhuluma ke la usuzozakhela khona indlu noma wakhela indlu la usukusu ne agreement ka man to man nina ke nisuke nizokwazi kumcover kanjani lapho umuntu ngalomthetho ngoba suke sekune man to man agreement akusafani mawusakhuluma ngeproject osuke uzoyakha mhlasimbe uyakhela inkampani ethile then ilokho nje okokuqala cha okwesibili ngoba phela usushilo mama wathi usihlalo siyinseleni bakithi sinayo yona iFET nje college kodwa ayinawo wonke ama subject adingekayo ukuthi mhlasimbe sithuthukise iskill somphakathi wala inseleni even ama commercial subject nawo la manye othola ukuthi awaka science enba so sinaleso sikhalo siyinseleni ukuthi if man ngafika nje nisho bakithi ukuze sikwazi nokuthuthukisa iskill in order to address inequalities kufanele ukuthi abantu befunde bephambili ngiyabonga bakithi.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the committee. Uxolo baba, obade khuluma. Igama ngizange ngilizwe. Oh, my name is Nkosinathi Mdluli. I have to say I appreciate the bill and I support it, but I have a question. And my question is, how do you ensure that the agreement between two parties, where it's one person who asks for a bricklayer or a builder to build a home for them, that this agreement is honored by both parties? Because I don't think it talks to that. However, it speaks to big contractors where I am not really involved. Secondly, we also have an FET here in Enseleni, which offers some courses, but would also like it to offer more subjects, like for example, commercial subjects, so that our skills cannot just be limited to just those that are offered by the FET, but so that we can improve. Because I believe for people to go far and develop, they also need to be empowered with the skills that are requisite in order for them to reach that goal. Thank you.
Mbingelele iParliament igama lami uMtuseni Ntenga osuka phansi komasipala uMthonjaneni kuwa 10 anginakho okuningi bengifisa ukubuza ukuthi ku register kanjani malini register ufuna umuntu a register as a company or register as a professional bricklayer or ilokho emfuna ukwazi. 2, okay, njoba thina singabantu basemakhaya sinama companies and futhi we able ukuthi na se register as ama professional bricklayers njoba ibill issue. All right, iParliament or omasipala bethu bazokwenza kanjani ukulandelela ukuthi mina njoba ngingawaka nomponjwana ku 10 mase ngiregistile as a professional bricklayer izokulandelela kanjani ukuthi na umsebenzi ngiyawuthola? For example, kuzama RDP houses ngiyi professional yakwa nomponjwana ama RDP eza kwa nomponjwana, so izokulandelela kanjani ukuthi na njoba ngu-professionally and umsebenzi uza ngasekhaya uzokulandelela kanjani ukuthi ngigcina ngiba right ngiyawuthola umsebenzi ngoba ngi-professionally ngirejistile under i-bill. Thank you. I support the bill. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Enseleni from Ward 10, Mchonjaneni. I would like to know, how do you register and how much does it cost to register, either as a company or as a bricklayer? And also as rural communities, we have companies and we would like to know how do we access all these facilities that are available for us to be able to get work. And also, how does Parliament or the municipality follow up or ensure that we get work as registered professionals who live in the area? Because you'll find that there is work in the area, but we don't get employed to work in those contracts. So how does the Parliament or municipality follow up so that we who live in the area and are professionals and registered do get the work? Thank you.
Angibingelele kubuholi bonke sukela phezulu kuze kufike phansi. Igama umzamo ngakwaMhlongo endaweni yakhona la Enseleni eWard 7 ngili ward committee ngiphinde futhi ngibe managing director womviyo project. Mina nginesicelo anginayo imbuzo. Nginesicelo nje kakhulu umunye umfowethu osemile ngaphambili kwami uke wakusho ukuthi sinenhlanhla enkulu la Enseleni ukuthi sinayo i-institution okokanye i-college okumfolozi kodwa ibhadi ke esinalo ukuthi ayisize ngalutho Enseleni ngoba ayikukho okwenziwayo kuyo okwenza ukuthi ke singabantu basenseleni bese sishodelwa ulwazi lwezinto eziningi esingakwazi noma nesifiselelayo ukuthi sizenze ukuze sizokwazi ukulandela lemithetho elokhu ihamba ifika ukuba sigcine. Manje isicelo ukuthi siyacela imfolozi college le esinayo la Enseleni ukuthi ayivulwe besilethwa ama skills njengabo o bricklayer o plumber o somagesi kanjalo o forklift o rigging bebuyiswe bebe khona la sithola ama skills ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi noma ngabe imisebenzi yavela kodwa sinabantu abaqualifyayo futhi abafundisiwe. Bese okugcina ukuthi kulabo sonkontileka abasuke bekhona beqashiwe yebo siyaqonda ukuthi basuke bequalifya ngesizathu sokuthi ama document wabo yibo asuke esho ukuthi lo ufanele ukuthola lo msebenzi. Manje isiqiniseke sengisicelayo ukuthi ngiyacela ukuba mhlawumbe kuqinisekiswe ukuthi abantu abaqashwa ngoba kubonakala iqualification ngoba ungayithola iqualification kodwa uhlala u5 years ungakazi wenza umsebenzi ugcine ngequalification. Sicela ukuthi kuqinisekiswe ukuthi uma usufakile iCV akwenziwa ama interview angama training not ukuyobhala noma ukubuzwa kodwa awunikwe into phambi kwakho uyenze bese uyayiphasa bese uyakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi ukuze umsebenzi wethu uzohleza usezingeni ngaso sonke isikhathi. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to our leadership from the highest to the lowest. Excuse me. Name is Mamhlongo from Ward 7. I'm a ward committee member and a chief director of Mviyo company. I only got a request, and my request is that here we do have an FET college, which does not do much of help to the community. We just want to request that the local FET college be engaged in some rigorous upskilling initiatives. We request, as people of Enseleni, to open up the local FET college for courses like forklifting, rigging, bricklaying. Those are necessary skills needed in this community so that people are certified, get certificated with those. Lastly, we would like to request that we understand that those people that win contracts or tenders, they are appointed because of their qualifications and the way they fill up those documents and so on. But we would like to request that the labor force recruited should be sifted through training, that let people not just be appointed like we normally do, but let people be given a chance to do the work. So when they do the work and then they are appointed on those bases that they prove that they are able to do the work, that will go a long way in terms of training and upskilling in our community. Thank you.
Next.
Sanibonani, ngibingelele iParliamente, ngibingelele bonke abakhona ngaphakathi kwaleli holo. Nami ngifisa ukuphasisa lomthetho kahulumeni awubekayo njengamanje. Ngisuka nguFinius Phwa inkosi wagonye, ngisuka la eWard 2 endaweni yaseShobeni. La ngizwa khona ubuhlungu obuncane ukuthi ngizwile ukuthi uhulumeni usibekelela umthetho ukuthi asizukwazi thina esineminyaka engaphezulu ka35 ukuthola umsebenzi, kodwa sinawo amakhono. Njengokuthi sinawo amakhono o brickwork, mina nginayo ngiyayenza ibrickwork, ngiyayenza itiling, ngiyayenza icarpenter, kodwa certificate anginaso. Kodwa manje futhi angisakwazi ukusizakala mase ngingaphezulu leminyaka. Kodwa ngeke ngasebenza emafemini anjengoMondi, ngasebenza emafemini anjengo-RBM, kodwa still manje sekuthiwa ngisezukwazi ukusebenza ngoba iminyaka yami singaphezulu kwalo 35 kuya ku 40. Ngiyacela ke ukuthi kulokho ke ngishoyo uhulumeni ngathi ngake sibukele kuleyo ndawo, siyakhala kakhulu. Siyabonga.
Babo Thuba ikap. Phineas Nkonye. Konye. Okay. Siyabonga. Greetings to Parliament and everybody inside. My name is Phoenix Nkonye. I support the proposed bill. I am from Ward 2, Eshobeni area, but the little pain I have with the bill is for those of us above 35, age 35, where we find that we do have the necessary skills and the expertise, but we are told that we can't work when we can't get registered because the criteria for registration would require certification. So that's a hard sore to me that I would request that our government to revisit. Thank you.
Next.
Okay. Ngibingelele ama-members portfolio committee on human settlement, the chairperson esaphumile. My name is Mangaliso Cele from Kwa-Zulu Ward 7. I can truly say I support the bill, but into yami ngifuna ukuyithinta kuyo la ku National Home Building Regulatory Council. Lapho bathi the minister appoints the council. La kuma objections bathi khona ensuring structure quality of house in the interest of housing committee and the house building industry, and also promoting information relevant to stakeholders in housing building industry, promoting house consumer rights. It is into engicelayo before the portfolio committee members ukuthi whenever the council members are appointed, not as the public, we need to know, because sazi mase esekhona, we are only informed mase khona, but kuyaveza ukuthi the minister must nominate publicly kusazi sonke singabantu. We only know sekhethiwe nje lelo committee elikhona, and we beseech also the committee lelo sekhethiwe ukuthi let them do umsebenzi wawo ngendlela right, because if you see some of the RDP houses akhona are not in a good condition for people to live in, and in a conducive space for a full family to live in. Besicela inangi portfolio committee members ukuthi abukisele kahle kwakheke nezindlu ezinesidima kubantu, nezindlu ezoba nesithunzi sakhe kulomndeni othile, kungabe nento ethi uma ubona indle and see that lo amuzi ungowe RDP houses, let that be no different from an ordinary house and the RDP house. Thank you. I truly support the bill.
Greetings to portfolio committee members and the chairperson in absentia. I am Smangaliso Cele from Ward 7. I fully support the bill, but my contribution would be on NHPC, where my request is that we get notified as the community when these councils get appointed, because the processes, we do not know the processes. We only know when people are already in offices. So that the community also be invited to be part of the nomination process. Lastly, is that when government builds these houses, they should build houses with dignity, that give dignity to people. We shouldn't be able to differentiate an RTP house and a self-built house, or a self-owned or self-developed house. So we should be able to, when we build houses with dignity, and people occupy them together with their families. Thank you so much.
Cela ukubingelela kwi-portfolio committee esihambele la endaweni yaseNseleni, ngibingelele nobuholi obukhona, ngibingelele nomphakathi wonkana. Igama lami ngubonga Musa Sibiya, ngivela ku-Ward 12 eMadlangala. Ngiyayisupporta i-bill leproposwayo, but bekunokukhala njengoba singosomabhizinisi abancane sizama nathi ukuthi sigcine sifike ezingeni lokuba osonkontileka abakhulu. Siyashayeka la uma ngabe mhlambe sibhidela imisebenzi, eminye imisebenzi uthola ukuthi ifuna ukuthi mhlambe ube nayo imali yokuthenga lo material ukuze ukwazi ukuphothula umsebenzi, bese kuba indlela okufandeka siyithola elikhuni, bese siyithola ke silokhu sibancane, uthola inkampani usuyivule kuyophela u10 years kodwa lokhu uyinkampani encane ayikhulu ngoba imisebenzi awunayo imali ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi ufande ukwazi ukuthi umsebenzi ukwazi ukuphothula. Bese kuba indlela ke yokuregistera ukuthi ukwazi ukungena kuyo like NHRBRC, bese ngenalo ulwazi bese singanikezela ulwazi. Sicela uhulumeni asilekelele kusinikeze nolwazi, asilekelele futhi ukuthi mhlawumbe sikwazi ukuregister uma ukuthi lapho kudingeka imali ukuthi kugcine uregistereke lapho. Bekuyilokho, ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the portfolio committee and the entire leadership and the community at large. My name is Musa Sibiya from Ward 12. Firstly, I support the bill, but I just want to know, as a small business owners who are aspiring to develop, how do we then achieve this when some contracts will actually require you to have more material than what you have in your possession, and that forces you to actually seek out funding, and you find that that funding is not usually available for us, and that keeps us as small business from developing further. I just would like to know how do we then access funds for us to be able to grow as, from being small businesses to becoming medium and big contractors. And then also lastly, the issue about the registration. Would like to know more about how do you register, and when you do register, if there are any payments or funds that are required, how much those funds are. Thank you.
Ngibingelele uchairperson parliament lonke amakhansela kanye nobukhosi nabo bonke abangemali lomhlangano okuleli holo namhlanje. Ngiyayeseka kakhulu ibill kahulumeni. Kodwa nginembuzo necelo la uhulumeni mhlawumbe angasichasa khona njengomake. Igama lami ngixolisa igama lami ngumhlonipheni Mlawu. Ngisuka ku Ward 10 eMthonjaneni. So ngicela ukucela kakhulu la kwi registration la sicela ukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni nami ngumunye womakhe emakhaya ukuthi njengomakhe njengoba sisemakhaya nje sehlukene singomakhe abangenama ama qualifications kodwa umsebenzi esiwenza umuhle siyawathola amatoha siyaqashwa sakhe imizi yabantu emakhaya. Sicela ukwazi ukuthi uhulumeni mhlambe registration kwethu as omakhe emakhaya mhlambe ikhona indlela uhulumeni mhlambe angasichasa ngama ngabe sesiregister ukuthi sithole umsebenzi singagcini ukuthi mase siregister sobheka ukuthi sizokwenza umsebenzi ezoqhamuka ngasemakhaya la esakhele khona kuphela kodwa sazi ukuthi mhlambe naseyigungweni kahulumeni ezakwayo sikwazi ukuthola umsebenzi siqashwe ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubeka isipiliyoni sethu sokwakha. Okunye bengifisa ukwazi la kuhulumeni since noma ngifike late emhlanganweni ngeke ngeze ngesikhwama sewarranty it like isikhwama esizochasa umakhelwa wendlu ukuthi since echasekile umakhelwa wendlu maybe akukho yini uhulumeni mhlawumbe uhlelo ebelingenze ukuthi umakhi wendlu if ehluleka ukuthenga imaterial lesuke idingakala ukuthi ngakho isakhiwo sakhe uma ngabe echaseka ke umakhelwa wendlu mina as umakhi wendlu umakhelwa wendlu mefail ukungikhokhela mina as umakhi wendlu sengiqedile umsebenzi mhlambe mina khona la engabhekeleka khona njengomakhi o la engakwazi ukufaka khona isikhalazo sokuthi angisakhokhelekanga since umsebenzi sengiwenzile. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you. Greetings to the portfolio committee, the leadership, and everybody in the hall. My name is, my name is Mhlonipheni Mlawu from Mthonjaneni, Ward 10. I'm a bricklayer and I have no qualifications. However, what I would like to know is how can we as bricklayers with no qualifications upon registration be assisted to get work which will also include not just limited to our areas but also include government structures, government buildings where we can then also get experience in terms of our trade. And then also I would like to ask around the warranty fund, since I see it protects the home owner or the home builder, but what happens when the home builder doesn't have enough material? And also what happens when they cannot pay me as the builder? Where can I lay a complaint, or what recourse do I have as the home builder or as the builder in this instance? Thank you.
Ngithokoze kakhulu ukuqosha lethuba. Igama lami nguSithembiso Ndwandwe. Osuka khona la eWard 7. Ophinde abe ilunga leWard Committee. Ngibingelela abaholi abakhona abasivakasheleyo la endaweni yethu yaseNseleni. Ngibingelele wonke umphakathi okhona. Sibonge kakhulu ukuthi nisondele phakathi kwethu sizocosha nolunye ulwazi esisuke singalwazi. Okwami nje okuyisicelo bengizocela kakhulu le eka 35 years ukuthi sifisa ukuthi uhulumeni ayibhekisise kakhulu ngoba manje makukhulunywa ngo35 kuthiwa mawu above awusakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ucoshe amathuba kwezinye indawo. Lokho kusilimaza kakhulu ngoba kungcono bethu uhulumeni kukhona into athi mawusu above mhlawumbe usekunikeza yona ukuthi uzokwazi ukuphila ngayo uphinde futhi ukwazi ukuphilisa nomndeni wakho. Ngoba kusho ukuthi mawusungale kwa 35 years awusadli usumuntu nje futhi manje kufana nabantu asebelahliwe. Cela ukuthi uhulumeni ayibhekisise kakhulu leyo. Bese kuba yileyo ukuthi ukuthuthukiswa kwamakhono sinayo indawo lapha Enseleni Follows Courage esivaliwe kodwa singasasizi ngalutho. Sicela ukuthi nisilekelele kakhulu ekuthenini ivule lemfolozi iqhubeke ikwazi ukusisiza ngoba sekudinga manje ukuthi mawufuna ulwazi mawunayo leyo mali ugibele ushone endaweni enjengako Sikhaweni uthi awunayo leyo mali yokugibela kade ubunemali nje ukuthi ungakwazi ukuthi uregister ukwazi uyitholela amakhono athize bese besedela ke mayisivuliwe amanye amakhono ahlukahlukene ukuthuthukisa umphakathi wala kwiclass yaseNseleni. Siyacela nje kakhulu ukuthi lokho nikubuye kakhulu ukuthi imfolozi yokuba ivaliwe nje ilimaza kakhulu kwayona ingagcina isisiza idleko mhlawumbe sabantu abazenzela okunye okuphambeneyo nokuyayivulelwe khona. Bese kuba udaba siyacela uHuman Settlement lo daba lwezindlu ukuthi uma kwakhiwa izindlu kungabi ukuthi mhlawumbe kwenye indawo ukuchithwa nje icala mhlawumbe kwezinye izindlu thothi ayifani izakhiwo zazo. Izindlu mhlawumbe kube ukuthi mhlawumbe uHuman Settlement izindlu ezakhiwayo ziyafana ngoba kwezinye indawo ungathothi izindlu mhlawumbe ezothayela kwezinye indawo ezama-tiles kwezinye indawo uthothi izinhle izindlu zakhona lokho kuyalimaza. Lapha nje makukhulunywa udaba lwezindlu thina nje Human Settlement lusilimaza kakhulu njengoba la emawadini la kule cluster yaseNseleni kunalento yokuthi izindlu kunezindlu ezayibhalisiwe ngo20 ezakhiwa ngo2013 so manje kunamawadi kodwa uthothi kunabantu kuzo ababehlonziwe uhulumeni bangama beneficiary sebe applyile ba approve ukuthi fanele beyithole izindlu bazagcina izindlu zingakhiwanga kulamawadi awu2 ala eNseleni iward 7 neward 8. So manje ayikho kodwa into eshoyo ukuthi mhlawumbe ukusondela kulabo bantu laba basebe approve ukuthi fanele bethole izindlu kwase kwaba kanjani ongathothi umuntu mayesephinde seapply manje lokho ngeke kwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe kugcine sekumvimbela ukuthi engakwazi ukuthola indlu njengokuthi uhulumeni wayesem-approve njengomuntu okufanele ayithole indlu. Siyathokoza ngicela ukuthi nje ibhekisise kakhulu lokho cha ibill siyayibona inhle kakhulu ngiyayisupporta kodwa benginembuzo engayibuza kushone ilanga ngiyathokoza.
My name is Thembiso Ndwandwe from Ward 7. I'm a member of the Ward Committee. Greetings to leadership present and the community members in the hall. Mine is simply a request on this issue of 35 years to be revisited. So many of our people will be eliminated and be left with no options for survival if that is not revisited, because to be above 35 does not mean you can no longer fend for yourself, feed your family and take care of yourself, but you still need to live even after 35. So another issue is that here in Enseleni, the FET, the local FET college was closed. It needs to be reopened. So please just get that word out there. We request that FET college, the local FET college, be reopened because some people need to travel to far places like Sikhaweni to get the access of this college. If this one doesn't get reopened, it might become a hub of criminals or just be open for vandalizations. Another issue is houses that are built by human settlements. Those houses should be standardized because you find that in some areas you find houses which are tiled, and in other areas you find same houses built by Department of Human Settlements. They have a roofing with corrugated iron. And my last point is that is that I have many other issues that I could contribute, but due to time, I'll just say I support the bill.
Where's the gentleman? He must go and register those issues here. Oh, okay.
Mfowethu lezi ntathu zisho sicela uzethule lapha etafuleni amaphuzulo amahle ade ukhuluma ngawo.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke eholi, ngibingelela iParliament, ngibingelela namakhansela ethu onke aphelele. Igama lami nguNkosinathi ngakwaGonya kuWard 2 endaweni yaseShobeni ngaphansi kwekhansela ubaba uMtshali. Mina ngikhuluma njengobricklayer oqualifyile onesikhathi eside ubricklayer. Ngikhulumela kuleli phuzu, kukhona iphuzu engalitholanga kahle engithanda ukuzwelana nobricklayer abafana nami. Esikhathini eside esengeke ngasibuka ngikhulele khona ekhaya elinabantu abangobricklayer. Kodwa ke nami njoba ngubricklayer oqualifyile kukhona izinto engaziboni kahle kulohulumeni wethu. Uma ngibuka izakhiwo ezindala ezakhiwa uGG bese ngibuka lezi ezikhanda uhulumeni wamanje, ngibuke nazo zonke izinto zokusebenza. Ngithe uma ngifika kwesinye isikhungo ngathola kukhulunywa ngezinto ezifana nalezo. Kwakukhona kuqala uCorobrick owakha izitini zokwakha. Njengamanje sekukhona ezinye izinkampani, isitini sakhona asifani, ngisho indlela esibulawa ngayo asifani, aselonitshe. Ngifike ngisho kwimetal othayela uthatha 2 years uphele. Thina bo bricklayers zongena enkingeni okubhidliziswa kuthiwa sidilize lo msebenzi uyabheda. Njengamanje kula ikhansela lami kuWard 2 linomshikashika wezindlu ezigugulekile. Kodwa mina ngiyibonile isolution ukuthi ingale eParliament lilungisa imaterial efanele kuhulumeni wethu. Asinawo cement, sino cement wamachina lakhi cement. Kwakukhona uLafarge, kwakhona iEagle. Ucement ongawushiya insukwane ezimbalwa ube litshe ngokwanele. Asinazo izinto ezisiza thina, ayikhuphuka imali. Iyakhuphuka zonke izinto, ukhandele umuntu omdala isakhiwo kodwa fanele ukuthi uthola 100 rand. Incane into esiyitholayo amasaka ayadula. I-day work yethu yasemakhaya 100 rand. Kanti nesaka futhi 100 rand. Kodwa likho kwi-condition e-right. Amasaka afikile manje abhala ukuthi sisebenzisa amabhala awu6. Amabhala amasha aweplastiki makhulu. Umsebenzi wethu thina sithola ukuthi sicelazwa umsebenzi uyanda ngokwanda kwamagauge. Amasaka abhaliwe afuna 6 bhala. ILafarge yayikhona yayifuna 4 bhala uma uzokwenza umsebenzi weplastic. Ngikhuluma ngeplastic ngakakhulumi ngokukhonka. Amabhala nje eplastic awakwazi ukudlula 3 bhala mina njengomakhi engiubonayo. Kodwa ke sengisebenza inkampani ngikubonise nami ukuthi yabona umsebenzi awuzuba right. Njengamanje ngiyavuma umsebenzi esisazowenza usazobaphukwa njengesizwe semnyama. Njengoba awukho right kumanje. Akusona isakhiwo esifanele thina njengendle emnyama esiphuka ngalolu hlobo. Ngiyabonga mphakathi.
Thank you.
Greetings to Parliament and our community members. My name is Nkosinathi Gong. I'm from Ward 2 under Councillor Mtshali.
Ngiyabonga ngisacela ukuthi iParliament iqhubeke ngiyavumelana nalo aliye phambili.
Parliament, I want to say I'm in agreement with you. I support the bill. Back to translation, I'm a qualified bricklayer and I've been in the trade for too long. I come from a family of bricklayers, even though I have this one problem when I compare what I've picked up in our industry. When you compare the old buildings versus the new buildings that we have, you can see that we are not building same quality. In the olden day, in this country, we had Coro brick that used to produce strong quality bricks, strong as stones. But now quality has been compromised. In our ward here, we have roofing that is leaking already in a short space of time in the new development that government has just done there. And because why? It's the cheap quality, it's not the poor workmanship per se, but it's the cheap quality. Even our cement that is currently available in the market is of poor quality. So even with the kind of work that we put, we've got to put in more production now because current measurements are not tallying up with the old measurements for quality building that we used to do. So our workmanship is compromised. As a black people, we're going to continue to build poor houses if we continue to use this kind of material available at the market right now. Thank you. I support the bill.
Thank you very much. The last speaker, those houses that are leaking, must go and register them there.
Isikhuluma besiqeda ukukhuluma manje ubekhuluma ngezindlu ezivuzayo besicela ukuthi ayobhalisa lapha kuleli tafula.
Ngibengalele endlini usihlalo i-portfolio committee nendlu yonke igama lami ngumuzi ngwaKwa-Zulu eWard 6 Enseleni singivillage kodwa ngizochaza ngomthetho okhona kuleli izwe kunemithetho eminingi eshaya usuku nosuku kodwa asiboni lapho ilandelelwa khona futhi kuyishwa ukuthi silokhu sakhuluma ngemithetho kodwa ingenzeki lo mthetho. Lo mthetho ngoba kunebill ephasiswayo kufanele iphasiswe lo mdala yini inkinga yawo angazi nanomthetho weminyaka u35 years kuyaphansi kufanele bethola umsebenzi kwezinye indawo konke lokho kubandlululo kodwa usesetshenziswa ngeminyaka ngoba sonke sisuka emlandweni obandlululo lapho sasincishwe khona amathuba namanje sancishiwe amathuba still kusene le red tape leminyaka 35 and above cannot apply for such positions. It's for people abaneminyaka ngaphansi kusho ukuthi uhulumeni obandlululo siyaw experience namanje umthetho lo hlongozwayo umuzosiza abantu abamnyama ngiyawusekhonda kodwa umuzosiza futhi laba ongqwankulu abasebenzisa HRBC uma sithi sithola imisebenzi siyokwakha sithola imisebenzi amaplan emalokishini noma emizini yabelungu bethi bafuna incwadi yakwa-HRBC leyo ungayazi apply kanjani siyobe sinebhadi futhi lokuqhubeka simoshe isikhathi sethu sizokhuluma ngemithetho engasebenzi. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the chair and the committee, and greetings to the house at large. My name is Muzi, I think he said Mavuso. Even though I arrived late, but I also would like to have clarity about the bill, because I believe bills are always put to the communities, and there's usually laws that emanate from that, but those laws are never enforced. I really don't know the old bill, the old act, and I don't know what is the wrong with it. But all I know is that we come from a past of oppression, and we are still oppressed even right now. Suffice to say, I do support the bill, but the one issue I have is that even if we do have structures in place and acts, you'll find that work is actually taken by those who are already empowered. And for people like us who are still trying to find work in the space are usually asked to have papers which we really do not have. And I think that should be addressed. Thank you.
Okay.
Sanibonani. Igama lami uSiduduzo Mwakangema, ngisuka eSikhawini, ngibingelela bonke ubuholi ukuhlukana kwabo. Ngizosheshe ngithi ngiyawusupporta umthetho lo obekiwe. Ngiyabezwa omakhe abaningi bayakhala. Ngiyabezwa omakhe abaningi bayakhala ngezikhalazo zabo. Cha Nkosi yami ngicela bengangishayi. Mina ngiyafisa ukuthi isitshwebhu sishaye ngapha siphinde sishaye ngapha futhi singabheki esayidini elilodwa. Kukhona omakhe abanazo impela izicucu aba-awadayo futhi umsebenzi ngendlela enhle, kodwa bona bejike bebaleke beshiya umsebenzi ungaphelile. Bengifisa mina uhulumeni ethi ukubheka kuleyo ndawana leyo ukuthi wenze njani ngalabo bantu abanikwa umsebenzi ngoba bequalifya ukuthola bethenjwa kodwa bona bengathembeki. Bengifisa mina kube khona indledlana ezolandelelwa uma mina ngiwuSiduduzo ngithola noma ngiawadwa ithenda yokwakha leli holo leli. Kuyaba ngisebenze ngithole le mali engitholayo ngibaleke ngijike futhi ngifike eMpumalanga ngithola umsebenzi wakhona futhi benginike ngisebenze kabili ngithatha imali ngibaleke ngawuqeda umsebenzi ngiya kwenye indawo. Ukube bekuya ngami bengathi mina akwenziwe indlela okuzolandelelwa ngayo ukuthi uSiduduzo construction simbamba kanjani, mhlambe ku-involve ikhansela, ku-involve mhlambe umkhandlu kamasipala ukuthi indoda usutholile umsebenzi yokwakhela mhlawumbe umndeni wakamdlalose. So ngoba usuqala kusebenza letha ukuzicucu zakho should ubaleka sizokublacklista mhlawumbe ungabusakwazi ukuthola omunye umsebenzi nakwenye indawo solandela mhlawumbe ama-ID numbers akho njalo njalo. Ngoba kuyasigqilaza lokho nami ngomunye nje ama-victim engaqasha ikhampani thizeni yomakhe thizeni wakha wabaleka washiya umuzi wami ungaphelile. Khona amahholo nje bakhona abangangifakazela amile emphakathini uhulumeni uyikhokhile imali wayilethe izinsiza kusebenza abantu bayabaleka abawenzi umsebenzi. So omakhe nabo ngakwelinye isayidi bazenza bona bebama victims. Yebo akubona bonke, khona omakhe abathembekile kodwa nje umakhe umkhokhele umnike imali akukhombise futhi isicucu akuconvince ukuthi mina ngiyaqualifya I'm gonna work. Kuyabo uyawenza umsebenzi ukushiya ama-crack indlu iyanetha njalo njalo. So uhulumeni sinazi isombululo esingasebenza singafisa ukuthi uhulumeni azama ukuyibhekisisa noma abaphathi nabaholi bezama ukuyibhekisisa before sibanike bese babambe funa labantu abangcolisa igama lomakhe. Ngiyabonga.
Baba, go and register those houses that are not completed there.
Cela uyobhalisa ludaba kade lisho lezakhiwo lezi ezingaphelile usibhalise lapha kulela tafula.
Mphathi wami kukhulungu ngoba uzothi uma uphuma lapha uzobu esikhothiwe. Mina ngizothi uma ngiphuma ngizongena kule veni lami eligulelayo ngiyithole ngivinjelwa. Kunzima kodwa ke kuphona ubufakazi bakhona abantu abakwaziyo lokho engikhuluma kuyiqiniso zikhona izakhiwo engaphelile ezakhiwa omntakabani abasatshwayo beje bengayifi uhulumeni uhleli uyayikhipha imali bese uyihlalela awubusalandelela ukuthi kungani zingapheli kwenzekani ziningi
Siyasifuna zos. I want to be escorted. If I have to be escorted. That's
okay
my
hayi
role.
mufuna kanjalo thola idrone nje ukudizise phezulu sesikhawini around uzoyithola ezinye zazo aziphelile
Okay, ngibingelele obekhuluma uStuduzo wakangalo esikhawini. Guys, okay, I support the bill. I heard many bricklayers complaining about some of the hardships that they face. I want us to be double-edged in our approach. In other words, we must crack the whip on both sides. Because I believe that we have builders that are qualified, they have the necessary paperwork, but do not do justice to their trade. For example, they will build houses and then halfway through the building process, they'll disappear once they get the money. There must also be a way to monitor and hold these builders accountable. I would like to propose that the councillor and the municipality be involved in the process of appointing these people so that they can submit their documents which will be used so that when they default, they can be blacklisted. I'm actually a victim of this where I paid somebody money to build a home for me, but they did a very poor job of it and they disappeared with my money. In fact, there are also halls in our area which are incomplete, but the people who built these halls continue to get work and they were paid for this incomplete work. I think builders are also responsible for their own struggles. They are victims of their own circumstances because they have the papers, and once they have the papers, they then don't do quality work. And I think we need to be clear and be sharp in terms of ensuring that those builders that perpetuate this act of being unprofessional whilst qualified should be held to account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that we have heard your views around the bill.
Sibonge kakhulu bengicela nje ukusho ukuthi ngiqala ngokuthi ngisho ukuthi sizwile imbono yenu mayelana nomthetho sivivinywa.
And we've noted all the issues.
Futhi ke sizibhalile ke nazo zonke izinto eniziphakamisile.
And when the committee is going to discuss this bill, is going to take cognizance of the inputs that you have made.
Ngakho njengekomiti uma ngabe sesibhunga ke ngalomthetho sivivinywa sizozifaka nalezi zinto eniziphakamisile namuhla.
There was an issue that were raised by councillors who were saying that it will be better if documents are submitted earlier and then people, so that they can then go through them and then when they come to a meeting, they will be empowered to make the information.
Kube khona ke imbono ebibekwe amakhansela lapho bebethi khona imbhalo ephathelene nezinto ezifana lezi kufuneka ifike kubantu kusanesikhathi ukuze bakwazi abantu ukuthi babe sethubeni lokwenza iziphakamiso ezizwakalayo mayelana nalokho kusuke kudingidwa.
Unfortunately, I can't see the councillor, but I must respond.
Ngeshwa ke angiliboni ikhansela kodwa ngiyafisa ukuthi ngiphendule kuloko.
Because how government operates, firstly, when the bill is being crafted from the department,
Indlela ke uhulumeni asebenza ngayo ukuthi uma ngabe umthetho usakhiwa eminyangweni
department goes around and make their public engagement.
umnyango uyaye ufike emphakathini uvulela umphakathi ukuthi ubeke imbono yawo emayelana nalowo mthetho lowo.
If you have a memorandum with yourselves, this document that we circulated,
Uma ngabe ninawo ke lo mbhalo okuthiwa imemorandum ebekade siwunikeza abafikile namuhla lapha
it will show that which are the organization that were consulted.
Izonikhombisa ke ukuthi iziphi inhlangano ezaziyingxenye yokubhalwa kwalomthetho.
And the bill itself then will then be tabled to cabinet, which is government.
Uzobe ke sewusuka ke lomthetho ke usuya kwicabinet la usukhulumeni.
And government will then agree with the bill, it will then be tabled to parliament.
Uzobe ke icabinet sivuma ukuthi umthetho bese uya eParliament.
And in parliament, before we come to communities,
Njenge Parliament ke ngaphambi ukuthi siqhubeke size kubantu emphakathini.
we advertise these bills in the newspapers.
Siyakhangisa ke ngalemthetho sivivinywa emaphephandabeni.
I know that all of us, we don't have access to newspapers.
Ngiyazi ke ukuthi mhlambe akuthina sonke sikwazi ukuthi sithole amaphephandaba.
But councillors are expected to read newspapers on daily basis.
Kodwa ke amakhansela alindele ukuthi alifunde iphephandaba nsuku zonke.
And therefore, there are the leaders that's supposed to help our people on the ground.
Ngakho ke ibona abaholi kufanele balekelele abantu abalapha endaweni abahlala kuzona.
And so that they can actually become proactive and engage communities even before parliament comes.
Ukuze basukume kuqala bakwazi ukuthi baxoxisane nemphakathi ngaphambi kokuthi kufike iParliament.
Because we don't have to, as public representative, we don't have to open loopholes between ourselves and our people.
Ngoba njengabantu abamele ke umphakathi abasebenzela umphakathi kufanele ukuthi kungabi khona igebe noma kube khona ongaba izihibe kusebenzeni kwethu nomphakathi.
And when the bill is tabled in parliament,
Uma ngabe umthetho ke sewubekwa ke noma sewufika eParliament,
all public representatives have got constituency offices,
bonke ke abamele umphakathi basuke benabantu ababamele nakhona lapho.
which they should actually use those constituency offices to convey message from parliament to the people and take message from people to parliament.
Kufanele basebenzise ke lezi inhlaka ezibamele eParliament ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bahambise imiyalezo noma bathole imiyalezo esuke eParliament.
And therefore, it's important as leaders to make sure that our people get information.
Ngakho kubalekile ke njengabaholi ukuthi siqinisekise ukuthi abantu bathola ulwazi.
And as parliament would actually raise this matter at parliament again.
Njenge eParliament futhi ke lolu daba sophinde siluthule eParliament.
That constituency offices must be utilized to educate our people with the bills that are on the pipeline for discussion.
Sizosho ukuthi inhlaka eziseParliament kufanele ngabe zimela abantu aziwenze umsebenzi ukuthi sifundise abantu ngemithetho esuke izofika eParliament yethu.
And municipalities too, you have responsibility to engage parliament and executive to get more information around issues that's supposed to be implemented in your area.
Kanti nomasipala nabo banalo ilungelo lokuthi noma banomsebenzi ukuthi bathintane neParliament nanesigungu esiphezulu ukuze kwazi ukuthi kutholakala ulwazi ngemisebenzi eyenziwa eindaweni zeni.
I just thought I must mention that so that tomorrow when the other committee comes here, parliament, councillors must develop interest to understand what parliament is doing and which bills are coming to their areas.
Ngithe angikusho lokho ukuze ungabe sekufika mhlawumbe elinye ikomiti ngomuso kube kwazeka ukuthi njengamakhansela sikwazile ukuthi sixhumane nabantu bathole ulwazi futhi kube nolwazi lokuthi imiphi imithetho esazofika endaweni esihlala kuzona.
And the other issue that is raised, was raised by the councillor was on the issue of the the allocation of the title deed to the people that we built houses for.
Olunye udaba ke oluphakanyiswe ikhansela udaba ke lwamatayitela kubantu esibakhela izindlu.
I agree with the councillor fully.
Ngiyavumelana nekhansela ngokuphelele.
Together with them, as members of parliament, we should continue to engage executive to make sure that as we build houses, people must get their title deed.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngokubambisana phakathi kwethu njengeParliament nabo amakhansela funa siqinisekise ukuthi bonke abantu abakhelwe izindlu bayawathola amatayitela abo.
Because title deed is the dignity of the person that has been given a house.
Ngoba leli title lisuke libuyisa isithunzi salowo muntu lo osuke enikezwe lowo muzi.
And I just thought I must raise those two issues that affect us as parliament.
Ngithe ke ake ngiphakamise lezi ndaba ezimbili noma lamaphuzu amabili asithintayo njengeparlament.
But there are issues that members, communities have raised. As I've indicated, we have the team from the department.
Kunezinye ke izinto ebezikaphakanyiswe umphakathi engicabanga ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sizithinte njengoba ngishilo ukuthi sinalo ithimba elibuya eminyangweni.
Those that were responsible of crafting this bill.
Labo kuyibona ke ababebhale lo mthetho noma lo mthetho sivivinyo.
Amongst them we have the NHBRC,
Futhi ke kukhona ke ne-NHBRC
which is the council that will become the regulatory body.
okuwumkhandlo okuyiwona ke osobhekelela ke ukusebenza ngaphansi kwalemboni yokwakha.
And we have a member of the board,
Sinelungu ke lebhodi ye-NHBRC
Unomtu Chiluvane.
uNomtitshuluvane.
It's a board member. Can you take a bow, ma'am?
Sicela usukume sikubone.
And I've seen there is a table that they've brought this outside, which actually continue to educate people about the processes of registration, how you get involved and all those things.
Ngibonile futhi kunetafula balibeke phandle okuyilona balisebenzisayo ukuze bakhiphe noma banikeze abantu ulwazi mayelana nokuthi kubhaliswa kanjani neminye imininingwane edingakalayo.
Thank you very much, the board member for attending this session, because you can then learn from what people are saying about the institution or the entity.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ke njengelungu lebhodi ukuthi uzothamela lo mhlangano ngoba ukunikeza ithuba lokuthi uzizwele ukuthi abantu bakhala ngani nokuthi iziphi izinto abazibekayo.
And amongst them you have the team from the NHBRC, you have Natasha, you have Gary, Ernest, Naidu, and Naidu. They can rise and take a bow.
Shuthi nakhona futhi khona ke abavela kwe-NHBRC ngizocela basukume babingelele.
And amongst them you have the legal department, which is going to explain further on the issues that you have raised.
Futhi ke phakathi kwabo khona ke nababuya ke eminyangweni wezomthetho abazokwazi ukuthi bana bachaze ngezinye izinto esenike nakhuluma ngazo lapho.
And from the Department of Human Settlement, we have Mr. Ngwenya,
Kanti ke
who comes from the legal services.
kanti eminyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ke kunomnumzana uNgwenya yena osemnyangweni noma osophikweni lezomthetho ngaphansi kwalo mnyango.
I think before I give them chance to respond on the issues, we must acknowledge Mr. Gumede Siabonga from Folozi College, because it was important for them to alert us that they are here and they are doing training, so that NHBRC can then forge the relationship to work with them.
Ngaphambi ukuthi ngiqhubeka ngiphinde ngibonge ukuthi kukhona nomnumzane uSiyabonga Gumede waseMfolozi College ukuthi ke njengoba ekhona kukhona nabaka NHBRC sebengakwazi ukubakha ubudlelwano ukuze kwazi ukuthi kusebenzeke kuqhubeke phambili umsebenzi.
And as we were listening, people speaking here, I could hear some of the people talking about Abundabezita. If Vakona, Zealocha, and it was not intention for us to exclude them.
Njengoba abantu adebele bekhuluma bengizwa bethinta nokuthi kukhona ubukhosi bendabuko kodwa bengicela ukuthi ke sibuhloniphe nabo besingazi ukuthi ke bakhona nabo phakathi kwethu.
And there was a gentleman who spoke about that the bill does not involve traditional leaders.
Kukhona ke noke wakhuluma la wathi umthetho sivivinywa awubuthinta ubuholi bendabuko.
It's not true. The bill just says that in Parliament you have the House of Traditional Leaders, which deals with tradition and culture.
Kanti ke ngicabanga ukuthi kumele ngikusho ukuthi lokho akusilona iqiniso ngoba eParliament ekhona ke indlu yobuholi okuyiyona bendabuko okuyiyona ke ebhekelela indaba zamasiko kanye nokunye okuphathelene nawo.
And all the bills that deals with culture and what? Culture and tradition are being taken to the House of Traditional Leaders because they are the custodian of our culture in the country.
Kanti ke lendlu iyona ke ebhekelela noma edingida indaba eziphathelene namasiko noma izinto eziphathelene nesikompilo.
But there are some of the bill like this one which will not go to that house, but it doesn't mean that traditional leaders are not supposed to make inputs in the bill itself.
Njoba ngishilo ukuthi njoba kukhona izinto ezithinta ke ubuholi bendabuko noma zingeke zize zifike lapha noma zithintwe lo mthetho sivivinywa ngqo kodwa kusho ukuthi ubuholi bendabuko abunalo ilungelo lokuthi lubeke umbono noma izimvo zawo mayelana nalo mthetho sivivinywa.
Because the bills are being categorized, you'll have those bills that are sections 75, which does not actually involve communities, it's only for the system, then it doesn't come to communities.
Ngoba kukhona ke eminye imithetho sivivinywa ebangaphansi kwesigaba 75 esuke ingadingi ukuthi zifike emphakathini kodwa esuke yenziwe ukuthi ilawule ukusebenza ngaphakathi eParliament.
And there are bills that we call it section 76 bill, which involve communities, therefore that's why we are here.
Kube khona ke nemithetho sivivinywa yona ebangaphansi kwesigaba 76 okuyiyona ke eyayifike ithinta imphakathi kuyingakho ke sesize la sizohlangana nemphakathi.
And if the bill was including the tradition and the culture, it was going to be taken to the House of Traditional Leaders. House.
Ubathi umthetho sivivinywa bothinta ke ezamasiko nesikompilo bese uthatha ke suyise endlini yobuholi bendabuko.
So that is why it's not that we are excluding traditional leaders. They can participate with their communities and represent their community in making their views on issues.
Ngakho ke asibuvimbile ubuholi bendabuko ubambe iqhaza bungaqhubeka impela nje ubambe iqhaza emphakathini lapho bezobe besebenzisana khona nemphakathi yabo singabonga kakhulu ngoba lokhu kusebenzisana kuzobe kulekelela yona wona lo mthetho sivivinywa.
I must touch on the issue of the age. Even the department will emphasize on that one. The issue of the age was not meant to exclude people, was meant to prioritize the particular age group because government as we work, we be informed by the statistic of how many people at the age group which you're supposed to service.
Ngicela ukuthi ke mhlawumbe udabeni lo leminyaka yobudala ngisho ukuthi leminyaka yobudala ayibekele ukuthi ibeke mhlawumbe noma ivimbe abanye abangekho kuleli qembu libaliwe ngaphandle kodwa njengoba sisebenza njengohulumeni sisebenza ngezibalo mdanti noma lokathi ama statistics lapho sikwazi ukuthi sibone ukuthi ibaphi ke abantu beminyaka edinga ukuthi sigxile kubona ukuze sikwazi ukwenza umehluko empilweni zabantu esibasebenzelayo.
And that's why we have census is meant to assist government how they should plan their program. As every 10 years or 5 years you have a census which will tell you from this age group to that age group you have so many people who are not working. That will then inform the budget as passed by government to target a particular people who are in majority who are affected by the situation.
Ingakho ke uma ngabe kwenziwa lokho abathi ukubalwa kwabantu noma icensus yona ikisinikeze ke izibalo zokuthi ngabe kunabantu abangaka abantu kudala obungaka abasuke bedinga iziphi idingo bese ukuthi uma bese senza isabelo zimali suke senze ukuthi sibheke ukuthi baba abantu abasuke bebaningi ebantwini ababaliwe bese ke sigxila ke kulabo bantu abasuke bebaningi ngokuyigaba zabantu ngokubudala.
And therefore with construction, because it's a skills that we still envisage to have a lot of contractors, I don't think the age issue should be involved.
Ngakho ngoba vele leli khono lokwakha kusayikhono elidingakalayo ngicabanga ukuthi udaba ke leminyaka yobudala akuyona into mhlawumbe engadinga ukuthi ize ibe yinkinga.
But we'll continue to encourage young people to join construction because they are the future. You need people who will take over after we are gone.
Kodwa ke sizoqhubeka nokubakhuthaza abantu abasebasha ukuthi bangene kulomkhakha wokwakha ngoba ibona abayikusasa lethu futhi ibona bazoqhubeka nalemsebenzi uma singasekho thina.
So it's not intentional that government want to exclude people above 35 to upwards.
Ngakho akuyona inhloso kahulumeni ukuba bavimbele noma bavalele ngaphandle abanye beminyaka engaphansi kwale engaphezulu kwale baluliwe.
So I'm going to allow Mr. Ngwenya to start and respond on the issues affecting the bill.
Ngizotetela ke noma ngizonikeza ithuba umnumzana uNgwenya ukuthi akhulume aphawule ngosekubekiwe ke okuphathelene nomthetho sivivinywa.
And then followed by one from the NHBRC, I don't know who's that, and then we'll then close.
Bese ke landelwa ozobe ekhulumela iNHBRC emva kwaloko sobe sesivala.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to honorable members, and let me extend the greetings to the communities at large.
Nishwa, singiphinde ngibingelele umphakathi wonke khona phakathi kwethu.
Chair, I'm going to be very short and precise and start with the question that we have raised, the issue that relating to the age that is mentioned in the policy foundation.
Ngizoba mfishane sihlalo kodwa ngiqonde ngqo kule mbuzo lo lokho khona okhuluma ngeminyaka ukuthi simisa kanjani ngayo.
Chair, but I want to assure the community that as drafters of legislation, when we draft, we don't draft, we draft to the benefit of everybody, irrespective of age, irrespective of color, irrespective of gender.
Ngifisa ukunazisa ukuthi uma sibhala imithetho sisuke sibhala hayi ngoba sifuna ukukhipha abanye noma ukubandlulula abanye kodwa sisuke sibhala senzela wonke umuntu azuze ahlomule singabheki ibala iminyaka noma ubuzwe.
We draft further legislation to ensure that everybody enjoys the benefit of the law or the benefit that is derived under the law, irrespective of age, irrespective of color, irrespective of gender.
Sibhala lemthetho ukuthi kuhlomule wonke umuntu okhona ezweni singabheki ibala singabheki iminyaka singabheki nobulili.
Notwithstanding that, but however, like the chief indicated, there is what we call in a policy, prescripts that there is what we call a special focus groups.
Njengoba uhlala desho ukuthi khona into kuthiwa a special focus group noma iqeqebana esiqonde kulo ngqo ngaleso sikhathi.
And those special groups are informed by the research conducted that, for an example, we need to focus specifically on the youth between this particular age, and we must focus on women and people with disability. It's only an issue of a special focus, but not necessarily to the detriment of the other age groups.
Lelo qeqebana suke siqonde kulo ngqo ngaleso sikhathi si mhlambe kuyekuthiwe asibhekene kubantu abasha abaneminyaka emingaka noma sibheke kubantu besifazane noma sibheke abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka lokho kusuke kwenziwa ucwaningo olusuke lenziwa ukuthi bangaka abantu abaningi ezobathola noma bazohlomula kuloko hayi ngoba sifuna ukubandlulula noma ukushaya abanye indiva noma ukubakhipha inyumbazana.
In the bill, Chair, if you look in terms of clause 35, let me start with it, that talks about the purpose of the warranty fund.
Uma sibheka nje lapha ku clause 35 law okukhuluma khona nge-warranty fund.
The purpose of the warranty fund is to basically focus on the repairs, not necessarily to focus on the, completing the incomplete project.
Injongo nenhloso ye-warranty fund ukuthi kulungiswe izindlu esezibheda hayi ukuthi kuqedelwe izindlu ezazingaqedelwanga.
In simpler terms, Chair, it means to say that we are correcting the damage that was done by the main contractor.
Ngamanye amagama alula silungisa ihlazo elenziwe sonkontileka wokuqala.
So it is important, Chair, that the other aspect that was raised, Chair, that, is very important is the issue of the role of the inspectors.
Okunye okukhulunyiwe la sihlalo ukuthi inxexheba noma umsebenzi wama inspectors wabahloli bezindlu.
We have made a specific proviso in the bill to say, look, there should be a specific relationship and a distinctive relationship between the inspectors of the NHBRC and the inspectors of the municipality, and they must be compelled to work together.
Sibekeke kwacaca ba ukuthi kufanele kube nendlela yokusebenza esemthethweni phakathi kwama inspectors noma abahloli ba NHBC kanye nabahloli noma o inspector bangamasipala fanele basebenzisane ngendlela ecacile esemthethweni.
The community have raised to say that, a house that is not properly inspected is the one that is going to crack and is the one that is going to have a roof leak before the period of 5 years lapses.
Umphakathi ususho ngokusobala ukuthi indle engahloliwe engainspektiwe yiyo le ezobe sinemfantu yiyo le ezobe sivuza kungakapheli ngisho iminyaka emihlanu.
Chair, the other issue that was raised, persistently by the community is the issue that relating to consumer awareness and training and education.
Elinye iphuzu belokhu livela ukuthi abanikazi bezindlu noma abathengi bezindlu baqeqesheka kangakanani bafundisa kangakanani ukuthi bazi amalungelo abo nokungokwabo.
I think, Chair, we should look at this particular provision very closely, together with yourselves when we finalize the bill, because in terms of clause 14 subsection G and H, it provides that the council must perform certain things. I think we need to expand it to include that during specific, quotas or within a specific time frames, the council must conduct, training and education to the public at large.
Ngiyocela ukuthi sikubhekisise lokhu sihlalo necommittee kakhulukazi laphayana ku clause 14 ku G no H ukuthi ngaphambi ukuthi izindlu ziye ebantwini umkhandlu awuqiniseke kakhulu ukuthi lezi zindlu lezi ziqinile futhi zesimeni zifanelekile ukudlulisela ebantwini.
Chair, the last point, we are still going to develop the regulations under the Act. This regulation that I still have to draft is a regulation that is going also to include inter alia issues that relating to the code of conduct.
Sihlalo elinye iphuzu elibalekile ekufanele silibheke imigomo nembandela esisazoyifaka ehambisana nomthetho ukuthi ke indlela yokusebenza noma imigudu esemthethweni yokusebenza ukusebenza kwalomthetho izohamba kanjani ihambe ifikephi.
Chair, the last point that have been raised is a very important aspect that I've indicated to you, in Gauteng that I was slightly persuaded about, but for now, I'm fully persuaded about the provision of section 79 dealing with penalties.
Nelinye iphuzu ilele likhuluma ngama penalties noma inhlawulo ukuthi kwabantu abazofumaniseka besemaphutheni noma bengasebenzanga kahle ithini inkokhelo noma isinxephezelo okuzofanele basikhokhe.
Chair, as a draft, I need to provide a specific clarity in between what is the purpose of that penalty, and so that we should avoid the unintended consequence of the bill, which is going to adversely affect the small contractors. But however, the intention of the penalty is only to focus, or the intended purpose was to focus on the big contractors so that they should feel it. If they don't comply with the law, then of course they must suffer the consequences in terms of the penalty, not necessarily the small contractors.
Penalty le inhlawulo le noma lenkokhelo esikhuluma ngayo ukuthi osonkontileka abazokwenza umsebenzi ngobudlapha mabazwe ubuhlungu bokuhlukana noma bokubhekana nayo lena siyenze kakhulu ukubhekelela osonkontileka laba abakhulu benza nemsebenzi omkhulu hayi ukusabisa noma ukujezisa abasonkontileka abasafuna ukungena embonini.
As I conclude, Chair, the issue that relating to training, we need to provide a specific details to a limited extent in the regulations and in terms of the bill itself about the programs of training so that they can be specific. People should know in terms of what the council need to do as and when this particular act comes into operation. Thank you very much.
Nendaba yoqeqesho ko sonkontileka abangenayo kuzomela icace ba ukuthi bazoqeqesheka kangakanani isikhathi singakanani ukuze sibe no sonkontileka abaqeqeshekile. Ngiyabonga.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, members and our stakeholders at large.
Ngibingelele.
Chair, with your permission, before I address a few issues that was raised, can I hand over to our board member just to say a few words?
Ngaphambi kokuthi ke ngiqhubeke bengizokusho bengicela nje ukuthi nginikeze ithuba ilungu lethu lebhodi ukuthi lithi ukubeka nje amagama noma amazwi ambalwa. Siyabonga.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Ngibingelele all the representatives from the various entities that have been mentioned. Ngibingelele umphakathi esinawo namhlanje, amakhansela, amakhosi, let me just say all protocols observed. Njengoba besekushiwo igama lami nguNontuthuko Chiluvane, I'm a council member or board member of National Home Builders Regulating or Registration Council. Okuyiyona ke umthetho lo njengoba sikhuluma ngawo ibill usetshenziswa kakhulu ithina njenge council because ithina esibhekelele ukuregister kwabakhi kanye nje neindustry yonke yokwakhiwa kwemizi. I think a lot has been covered, Honorable Chairperson, I won't take long. I'm from KZN for my sins today, so I'm very familiar with the province yonke. Ngiyazi ukuthi province le egcwele enendawo eziningi zasemakhaya, zasemakhosini. So ngiyeza ukuthi a lot of the issues aqhamukayo abhekelene kakhulu nendawo zasemakhaya. Chairperson, the process for us today, or for myself on behalf of the board, has been twofold. Yes, it is the process of the bill, the consultative process on the new bill, but also it helped us to gather some of the issues affecta kakhulu imphakathi osokontileka kanye nabanikazi bezindlu. Angicacise ke nje ukuthi as NHBRC, the National Home Builders Registration Council, inhloso yethu enkulu kakhulu ukuthi sivikele abanikazi bamakhaya akhiwayo, kodwa futhi okwesibili senze sure ukuthi iindustry leyo kwakhiwa kwezindlu iregulateke kahle ngokuthi all contractor laba bakhayo babhaliswe ithina bese siyababheka ukuthi basebenza kahle ngeindlela lezi esichaziwe ke kwibill lezi ebenibuza ngayo imibuzo. In doing that, we don't only look at the consumer and protection of the consumer, but we ensure also ukuthi ucontractor naye utrainekile. Ngaleyo ndlela ke sinama training programs amaningi njenge NHBRC afaka phakathi bricklaying, i-plumbing, i-plastering, construction management, electrical work kanye nama professional technical expertise. Let me clarify, Honorable Chairperson, that when we speak of the industry, we don't only talk about contractors and the builders or the consumer, but within the value chain of building a house, you also have got professionals, which are the people who ensure ukuthi umsebenzi loyo owenziwayo correct. We'd like to encourage, especially the young people, abasangakwazi ukuyofunda ukuthi nakuwona leyo mkhakha abangene ube unjiniyela noma architect kube wena odweba amaplani ungacabanga ukuthi uzongena kuphela usuzo kwakha ilokhuzana ngoba i-training nakulawo kuma-areas siyayiprovide njengo NHBRC mangabe ke usuwatholile amaphepha akho njengoba eshila ubhuti obemile la wase-FET College ukuthi bayawa-offerisha lawo ma-course. So it's a thought ukuthi nigoduke nayo niphondarishe kuyona ngicabanga ukuthi hawu nazi ezinye indlela esingangena kuzona. On i-issue yama-inspectors, we ensure as NHBRC ukhona oshila ukuthi kuyashintsha ama-materials nama-regulations ke abhekelele ukwakhiwa kwezindlu esiwasebenzisayo eSouth Africa ayashintsha. So ama-inspector ethenza sure ukuthi ahlale etrainekile, up to date, well aware ukuthi njengamanje ama-methods asetshenziswayo sekuyimaphi, and as ama-inspector si-up to standard yini ensure ukuthi si-provide ama-inspections azomeetha ke phela ama-requirements lawo ama-regulations within the home building industry. We've got two priorities. I'm going towards the end because of time. Economic transformation and education and skills and health njenge NHBRC. Masikhuluma nge-economic transformation, we recognize ukuthi in the past couple of years, kukhona ama-contractor amasha angenayo nama-professionals and nje wonke ama-providers within the housing industry asadinga ukuthi aqeqeshwe noma asizakala ukuthi nawo phela afike kuleli zinga leli esithi njengoba si regulator silindele ukuthi o contractor bethu nama service provider basebenze kulona. For that reason, sine budget nje ye training kunyaka lo odlulile si traine close to 8,000 people and organizations within lama areas engiwashoyo afaka bona bakhi ama artisans ama professionals lawa engikhulume ngawo. Mangabe ke sikhuluma nge-economic transformation sikhuluma ngalokho ukuthi ke we are providing that training to ensure ukuthi ke skilled or utrainekile so that uzokwazi ukuthi noma sekufikwa lapha yakubuzwa idificate ne training yakho ukwazi na ukuthi uparticipate kuleyo space sokwakhiwa kwezindlu. Secondly, siyabona ukuthi endaweni zasemakhaya ikakhulukazi noma endaweni lezi ezi-remote ibikade ingafinyeleli kahle ulwazi oluqondene ne-NHBRC ukuthi yini yona le NHBRC. Angicacise ukuthi masikhuluma ngokuregulator kwezindlu asikhulumi ngezindlu kuphela ezakhiwe emadolobheni noma emalokishini. Nendlu yasemakhaya kwi-subsidy sector kulezi ndlu ezakhiwe uhulumeni sithi mxhaso iya-register kwa-NHBRC, umnikazi wayo naye unelungelo lokuthi mangabe kukhona ongahambi kahle ahambe ayoloja mhlambe i-claim noma i-complaint kwa-NHBRC ngoba ikhokheliwe leyo ndlu kwa-NHBRC ukuthi nayo ikhaveke under le warranty fund. So yes, it's all houses including those in the rural areas ezakhiwe osokontileka abaregistiwe kwi-NHBRC. So protector wena consumer.
Siyabonga, Councillor.
Okay, sengiyavala ke ngiyabonga kakhulu bekuyilokho kumina. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
So I don't want you to use this meeting. You must come back and educate people on your own spare time because you must come back. You must tell them when are you coming back.
Chairperson, that was going to be my closing remark to say sizoxhumana nomasipala because we can see the gaps. Sibuye, it will be out in the Facebook wethu sinawo. We've got a website, nhbrc.org.za. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, I will paraphrase what she said because she said and she was using isiZulu in some areas. Okay, we had Untutuho Cholovane, who is a member of the board, and she also was saying that they use the bill in order to perform their duties. And he said a lot has been said during the meeting regarding some of the work that she also works with. And she did indicate that she's from KZN and therefore she's quite aware of the areas that are in KZN, which are some which are rural. And then also she indicated her role, which is twofold, where she was here to understand more about the bill and also to understand the bill, the issues that are coming from the communities regarding the bill itself. And then also, she spoke to the role of the council, which is to protect the homeowners and also to ensure that the contractor that is actually given the task of building these houses is actually trained. And in the training, she mentioned things like bricklaying, plumbing, etc. And then also within the value chain of home building, she also indicated that there are other professionals who play a role and further encouraged young people to also look for opportunities, not just looking at just bricklaying and those kinds of, because there are engineers and all sorts of other professionals that are involved in this sector. And then also on the issue of inspectors, that they ensure that there was an issue raised about the quality, and she said that when they draft regulations in line with the changes that are happening within the sector so that they keep abreast of all the changes that are happening. And then she mentioned two priorities that they focus on, which was economic transformation as well as skills development, where under economic transformation or where they look at new entrants in terms of training them to meet the requirements of the regulation. And also to do that, they have a budget where they've trained quite a number of beneficiaries in terms of builders and bricklaying, plumbers, and so on and so on. And then also that they ensure that people are empowered to access the market so that they can be able to take advantage of all the opportunities that are there. And then, Chair, also the fact that when they talk about regulation, they refer to all structures that are built, not just structures that are in urban areas, but also structures in rural areas. And as well as that, those structures must be built by registered contractors with the council so that they can be able to cover those. And then you stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I won't be long to our stakeholders. A lot has been said by my previous colleagues, and they have addressed most of the critical issues that was raised today. Chairperson, I just want to inform our stakeholders that the NHBRC currently has internship opportunities available. That's in vast areas of the different fields that we have. Applications are closing on the 14th of June this year. I want to also inform our stakeholders that there are no age restrictions to these internship opportunities. Please go onto the NHBRC website, www.nhbrc.org.za. Also, your CVs can be emailed to internship@nhbrc.org.za. Lastly, Chairperson, we are having training opportunities that are upcoming in the province. I just want to hand over to our provincial manager to give the dates of those trainings as well as the venues. Thank you, Chair.
Ukwazisa amalungu omphakathi ukuthi kunama internships amathuba okuqeqeshwa ukufundiswa umsebenzi i-closing date ingu-14 June kuwo lo nyaka kuyangijabulisa ukwazi kunazisa ukuthi ayikho iminyaka ebekiwe ukuthi asifuna abantu abaminyaka emingaka so kusho ukuthi thina sonke sila esizwayo lesisimemo singathatha lethuba loku apply iwebsite yakhona la kwa NHBRC niyeni khona nizoyithola imininingwane elandelayo mayelana nalama internships akhona nelinye ithuba elikhona ama training opportunities kuzoba noqeqesho lemisebenzi endaweni ezahlukahlukene isikhulumo esilandelayo sizobe sisho ukuthi azobe ekuphi azobe enini isikhathi esingakanani. Siyabonga.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you all for actually being present here as well. It also adds value to our role that we're playing within the province as well. Just to quickly address the issue of training. We've already just completed training in Ulundi and in Eshowe, talking about areas that are quite close to this area. And we are in the process of doing training in Ikopo, in 2 areas in Ikopo and also in Escort. There will be training held over the next 3 months. The training dates are 13th, 14th, 15th of June, 22nd, 23rd, 24th of June, 27th, 28th, 29th of June in those specific areas. If they need more information on the training, you can get it from our website and you can also contact our local officers as well. That information for our local officers are on the pamphlets that we've been handing out outside. Thank you.
Khona i-training at siyenza Ulundi naseshowe indawo engekude kakhulu nala esikhona enye landelayo izobe iseqopho nasescott ama-dates kuyo lenyanga kaJune i-13 i-14 ne-15 kuphinde kube yi-22 ne-24 ne-27 information enye enidinga ngizoyithola ku-website noma nokuthi ama-ofisi ethu aseduzane nala enikhona akuphi akulama pamphlets ade siwakhipha ayatholakala nalana ngaphandle. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, NHBRC and the department. The last 2 things that were raised, and I've seen Umama has left, was seated there on the issue that she has got.
Izinto ezimbili nje engifisa ukuyithinta.
There are where she stays, there is no RDP houses and there are old people who need houses. So I just wanted to clarify that Minister has taken a decision that elderly people, children with children-headed families, and then people with disabilities, they are not supposed to queue on the beneficiary lists.
Ungqongqoshe noma umphathiswa wakwa Human Settlements usekubeke kwacaca ukuthi abantu abadala nemizi ephethwe zingane abadala bangasekho kanye nabaphila nokukhubazeka okuthile labo akufanele bangene kuhla lwelist ukuthi balindele izindlu.
And therefore, umama, if he has got the names and people who are elderly or disability, we can come and register those names here so that we can then take it up with the department.
Uma ninabo labo bantu labo sicela nibabhalise laphaya ukuze silandelele nomnyango ngokusheshsha.
The other issue is on unfinished block project. There are unfinished block project in the whole country where AMA contractors have left those houses. The minister has taken a decision.
Mayelana nodaba lezakhiwo engaqedelwanga zikhona kwizwe lonke hayi lana eKZN kuphela ungqongqoshe usesithathile ke isinqumo
that she is going to work with provinces and municipalities or agencies that are appointed to build houses to finish those projects throughout the country. Because there are many, she has given herself 3 years starting from this financial year.
Kusukela kulonyaka lo wezezimali kuya kowesithathu olandelayo ungqongqoshe usesinikeze iminyaka emithathu ukuthi izoqedelelwa zonke lezi zakhiwo ezingaqedelwanga uhulumeni ziphele kule minyaka emithathu yezezimali elandelayo.
And she has prioritized eradication of mud houses.
Okuhamba phambili ukuqedwa kwezindlu zodaka.
Houses that were roofed with asbestos.
Izindlu ezine roof ka asbestos.
All those are the priorities that she had come to Parliament and make that commitment. So as the portfolio committee will move around the country and follow up on the commitment that he has made.
Lezi ke izindlu eziqhulwini ekufanele ziqedwe nathi njenge portfolio committee sizozungeleza izwe lonke ukuqiniseka ukuthi leso sithembiso siyafezeka.
And then the last one was on the contractors that leave the construction site and they then go to other areas to get another job. In terms of government legislation, they have to be blacklisted.
Elinye iphuzu bekuyilabo sonkontileka abashiya umsebenzi bangawuqedile baye kwesinye isifundazwe baphinde bawushiya umsebenzi ongaqediwe. Umthetho kahulumeni uthi labo sonkontileka fanele bashicilelwe ngamagama amnyama uqashela ukuthi bangabe besaphinde bawuthole.
Contractors that are not paying workers, please register those contractors with us because we will have to follow them up. But we will not do anything if we don't have their names.
Nalabo sonkontileka okuthiwa abakhokhela abasebenzi siyocela nisinikeze amagama abo ngoba ngeke sikwazi ukwenza lutho uma ningasinikezi lawo magama alezo inkontileka.
And the issue of inspectors, I want to propose to NHBRC and the department, you don't have to wait for the bill to be passed. You can collaborate with municipalities and provinces to make sure that there is inspection, because we are going to finish this act probably next year. but the work has to start now.
Komele siqiniseke ukuthi ama-inspectors bayawahlola wonke amabhilidi nazo zonke izakhiwo singalindi lo mthetho sivivinywa ukuthi uzuphaswe ngani ngoba ngenzeka ukuthi uzuphaswe ngonyaka olandela ozayo kodwa kusukela manje kuya phambili zonke izakhiwo qiniseka ukuthi ziyahlolwa ngendlela efanelekileyo.
And therefore, it will be important for the department and NHBRC to make sure that they use district development model to focus on issues affecting human settlement in all the districts.
Kubalulekile ukuthi masilandela lokuhlola sihlole ngokwezifunda ukucheck ukuthi isifunda nesifunda ngabe zihamba izindlela ngononina na.
With that note, we want to take this opportunity to thank you for availing yourself and attending for this public hearing.
Zothanda ukugcina ngokunibonga nonke ngokuthi nithathe lithuba nibe khona ukuzoba ingxenye yalomhlangano nomphakathi nohulumeni.
So I'm going to request a volunteer to come and close this meeting with a prayer.
Ngizocela ivolunteer nje elilodwa elizoza lizovala lomhlangano ngomkhuleko.
And after the prayer, please don't leave. There are food that has been prepared for yourself.
Uma kuqede lo mthandazo ungasheshe ubaleke uhambe hlala phansi khona okuya ngasethunjini okulungisiwe.
So you should remain seated. They will come to you and indicate how you should go out and get your food.
Nihlale phansi bazofika banitshele ukuthi nizophuma kanjani ukuze uthole okuya ngasethunjini.
Can we get a volunteer to pray for us?
Singathola ivolunteer elingeza lizosikhulekela please.
Siyabonga sicela sivala amehlo. Masimbonge ono umsaka simuthande simukho mihla ngemihla. Asivala amehlo. Baba uNkulunkulu egameni lakho engcwele uqale nathi Nkosi uNkulunkulu Baba wasihlenga suka endaweni esuka kuzona safika kuNkulunkulu lapha ubusibizele khona. Siyabonga ke uNkulunkulu Baba konke okushiwo noma kwenziwe namhlanje siyakubonga konke ke uNkulunkulu Baba sicela kuhambe kahle njengokuzifiso zomphakathi egameni lakho uNkulunkulu elingcwele ke manje sithi mase siqedile la sesihamba sisemakhaya futhi sihambe futhi siphephile singezwa okubi ezindleleni ngokuhlukahlukana kwethu noma emndenini yethu. Siyacela ke Baba ube nathi ke egameni lakho engcwele ubusise Nkosi nokudla esizokuthola njengamanje njengoba siyazi uNkulunkulu basila sihlalile isikhathi eside sesilambile egameni lakho. Amen.